Good evening, everybody. I apologize for the late start tonight. I guess I'm kind of happy that it turned out the way it did this week because for the most part the week was good for getting started. Would have been nice to have Friday as a within the usual 1 hour window, but it if I have been late on a day, it has normally been Friday, and I did have a pretty full day. Excuse me. I normally work at home on Friday, but today I had a reason to go into the office. So I will confess, it's much nicer to go into the office where I am now. Like it's a longer commute, but it is like it's a well, one, I just like the job more, but it's a nice place to work. I will confess, Cured, I'm a little surprised it's been that long myself. Thank you very much for your continued support. I tremendously appreciate it, especially, and not to turn you off of resubscribing, but I know you are not always able to catch the stream for the full duration. So the fact that you've been doing this for this long, and even at a time when you haven't necessarily been able to get your full money's worth. Well, I mean, it's up to you to decide whether you're getting your money's worth, but I appreciate that tremendously. Thank you. I hope you're doing well. What was I going to say? Anyways, yeah. So I have a nice place. Actually, there is a funny thing about work. I'm getting slightly disappointed with my home like computer setup, because like my monitors at work are better than the ones that I have at home. And then I have a pair of headphones, like just to be able to take a call or something like that. But the headphones are actually better than what I have. Oh, wonderful, Kieran. I don't know if that is a follow-up to your. You'd suggested that there were some developments. As much as I know that my channel really is great date material, it sounds to me like you have something much more much more pressing to hang out with, and I appreciate. I actually appreciate even more your stopping by for the for the resub. But I will certainly not take it I mean, I never do, but and this time in particular, I will not take it personally if you have to step out. But yeah, what was I gonna say? Oh yeah. So, anyways, just the headphones that to kind of be on ordered, but my headphones have come in, and like they're really well. If it goes well, I hope you're not messaging me. I think your priorities are in the wrong spot. But no, yeah, no. I'm always happy to hear from the audience. But yes, have a good evening, and always looking forward to catching up with you. But I will soldier on with Cyberpunk. But yeah, so it's a minor thing. Like again, I didn't care too much. I mean, I'll do what the employer expects of me for the hybrid setup I had at the old place. The new place, because now I have better hardware. Like, if I'm putting on some music to get some work done, it's actually great because if there's chatter around me, it does a really good job of sort of cutting out the music, or the music does a really good job of keeping the focus. But yeah, that's one nice thing, right? Is that it's the sort of place where it's actually not a hardship to come into the office if I need to. But that does, again, I'm still trying to make the commute work in line with getting everything else that I want done. I can't remember if I need to. Yeah, I just need to go to the stash to get these. But how do I put it? I'm still trying to make the commute work with the streaming schedule and all of the other things that I want to do. And today was a casualty of that, as a few of the others have been. But I am looking forward to doing Cyberpunk. I will confess, this is a game that I still get a little surprised people say that they like seeing me do. I'm happy that they do. I obviously consider myself fairly lucky that I got to do this at all, because of course this was given to me by GOG, which is owned by CD Projekt, who of course also owns CD Projekt Red. But I don't know, like, it's an interesting setting. It's neat to be able to talk about these kinds of things. I was actually able to talk a little bit about some of the things we talked about last week with someone, just in terms of a couple of extra follow-up details. And it's kind of funny for me. I don't think I've ever had a situation where I'm trying to think of the right way to put this. When it comes to the cyberpunk setting, I really like Blade Runner. It's a great movie. It's also a very distinct visual style. I did work in the camera department, so I am always going to appreciate good cinematography, and certainly Jeff Cronenweth. Jeff Cronenweth is his son, I believe. I keep getting the two mixed up because, but no, I believe it was Jordan Cronenweth. Anyways, the visual style of Blade Runner, I mean, both the art direction and the cinematography, but certainly the cinematography is the one that stands out for me. It's wonderful, and to a certain extent, I sort of feel like a lot of cyberpunk games not just games, but films too. A lot of the cyberpunk aesthetic that people, sort of praise bold new visions. It very often is kind of Blade Runner recycled, which, I mean, again, I'm not going to complain too loudly about, because, if you're going to borrow a style from someone, or outright take a style from someone, you might as well take some of the best, right? But it is sometimes funny to me that this is what gets the that there will be some things where people will do, oh, this is an X clone or whatever. And that never happens with Blade Runner. It's almost like everybody reinvents Blade Runner every single time they take a certain cyberpunk aesthetic. I'm not quite sure why that is. But in any case, one of the things that I find so interesting about the setting is that I have my interests. And I mean, I certainly like reading these kinds of stories. I'm a Neil Stephenson fan, so certainly there's no shortage of cyberpunk. Well, I mean, it's not like Neil Stephenson only writes cyberpunk, but like, Snow Crash is one that I think is particularly having a moment just because of all the metaverse talk. But the things that attract me to it and that I sort of want to talk about, I do tend to find are different than what most people will get out of it. So, for instance, it's certainly very easy nowadays to find someone who doesn't care much for corporations, right? So inevitably, people are going to, they'll take their. Actually, it was kind of funny. We had someone come into the channel talking a bit about kind of finding how anti-capitalist messages in games will be, kind of feel like one note. And I happen to know that this person came from. So they're a bit older, and they lived under. Well, I feel very pedantic. This is like correcting people. Frankenstein's monster instead of Frankenstein. Obviously, communism doesn't exist. It is, socialism is the state ownership of enterprise. Communism is the final destination. But communist countries. And this is certainly not uncommon if you know people from, former Soviet states, for instance. they will often have a very dim view of socialism. They'll have a very dim view of sort of anti-capitalist messages, and I think, not to speak on these people's behalf, but I suspect where that mostly comes from is just the simple idea that they see this as people not so if you feel that it's a dichotomous choice, you can only have one or the other, then seeing an anti-capitalist story will be sort of this implicit approval or advocacy for a system that they've lived under and they do not wish to return to. Now, I do think that there's more to be said about it. So, for instance, I actually do not necessarily see Cyberpunk as an anti-capitalist game. I don't particularly think, so I think there is a difference between a critique and a direct condemnation. So, for instance, I think it is completely reasonable to look at something like, even the cyberpunk setting, and to see this as a critique of a particular system, right? So these things tend to have their, their origins in the 1980s. Reagan, lots of deregulation, a lot of policies to sort of promote a certain type of business, and certainly this is the time of sort of leveraged buyouts and in conglomerates. I think this was probably the period where figures like Jack Welch sort of made their reputation.
Oh, fuck.
Usually when a corpo gets his walking papers, he loses all of his implants too. They dig those synth organs and cyber eyes right out of his body. But sometimes the crone's so far ingrown it can't be removed safely, even if someone really, really wants it. Okay. This sucks in two senses. One, I don't think I'm going to be able to get a... Yeah. I don't think I'm going to be able to sneak up on them now. All right, this is tough. Okay, I think system collapse will actually render them unconscious without, I don't think it'll kill them. Oh, maybe not. I deserve that. Tricky Boyvis. Just pick up Phantom Brigade as it was on sale. Oh, excellent. I didn't know that they put it on sale. Thanks for letting me know, because I'm sure there's a few people who will want to pick that up. I hope you're enjoying the game. Mostly the fact that I can take people out without killing them. I'd kind of like to try the others, but I value the ability to do non-lethal takedowns. Wrong button. Sorry, there was a point I was wanting to make about the critique, and then system collect knocks out the enemy without making noise by crippling their nervous system. Interesting. So that should have done the trick. Anyways, what I wanted to say. Okay, so there's no way to do that stealthy. Fair enough. Yeah, like the thing is that I don't think they're the most interesting weapon to go for. Like oh, apparently he's on the prowl now.
Before it's too late.
But yeah, so the point that I wanted to make was that I think you can make a reasonable claim about the game being a critique of a particular system, of a particular implementation.
Let's see what's here.
But the idea of this game being anti-capitalist, I think, is probably assigning a little too much to
What's this?
to the game. So the reason why I wanted to give this example was this is someone who is actually quite tired of hearing people, talk about how bad corporations are. But they did accept when I sort of offered the idea here that the concentration of power, whether it is in the hands of a company or a government, is probably the thing that is being criticized. And they actually, to their credit, they took this as a pretty reasonable argument that, you can say that if you have, a handful of businesses running things as opposed to sort of a dynamic and vibrant economy, like, if you were to compare Night City or the world of Cyberpunk really to the world that we have today, you would certainly say that by any standard today would be an ideal compared to the handful of companies that are able to control not just the population, but even the governments. Still downloading, but I decided to try it, put it on my wish list after your stream, and saw it went on. Yeah, that was great. I didn't really know. I don't think this dates for the Steam sales are secret anymore. Incidentally, I'm not like. I buy things when they're on sale, and I leave it to the game developers to decide what price they want to put it at. But I'm pretty sure there's a regular schedule now for the sale. So I didn't even know the spring sale was coming up. But that's an excellent point, and I'm going to remember to let people, because there was one other person after the stream who said that they were thinking of picking up Phantom Brigade. So I figured they'll probably want to know what's up. Alex tried leveraging some contacts, all busts. One officer willing to open a back door for us suddenly went dark, probably choking on dirt or salt water by now. I've got one of my own who could get us an outside chance, but that son of a bitch is the best at what he does, not wanting to be found. Yo, Matt. Leah says hi. Says you're in the same unit. Militech. Matt's alive? Yeah, why wouldn't he be? Saw him step right onto a mine in Panama. Shit, I thought he didn't make it. How's he holding up these days? Fine, I guess. Still has nightmares. Takes a lot for it. But who of us really has it better, yeah? That vet life, huh? Yep. Penniless, homeless, fucked in a war that no one understood. Yeah, Choom, what can I say? Not going to get any better either. Yeah, I know. At least it's good to know that there's someone to talk to the old days with and not be alone. Anyways, so all of that was sort of an effort to try and highlight. So the thing is that, I am very boring in terms of most of my opinion. Like I am not an Occupy Wall Street type, right? I'm not someone who necessarily is opposed to the idea of profit-driven companies. I'm not opposed to the idea of decentralized solutions to how we, essentially get to put it in Adam Smith's terms, the necessities and conveniences of life. And I also don't feel the need to carry water for large businesses. So, Microsoft sort of needs to justify its existence and its size. And, what are some of the other examples? Like, if we were in a time where, Bell was the big monopoly that was about to be broken up, I wouldn't necessarily see that as a bad thing. The question would be what is it contributing to society? It's a little bit like what I think about in terms of patents or intellectual property law. I do think it is good that we have some kind of intellectual property protection, but I also think that system exists to protect ideas and the generation of ideas, not to protect profits. Now, profits are a way to incentivize that kind of behavior. There's an indirect way in which more money is made as a result of these mechanisms. And the one thing about the patent system in particular is I'm not entirely sure it's a system that anyone, if they sat down and wanted to create something out of thin air, that the system we have is the one that they would pick. But the thing is that it's what we have now. And so any alternative is sort of has to be presented as a reform as opposed to just sort of tearing the thing down and building it up again. Although, again, I also believe that legislation moves slowly and technology moves fast. So there are some issues that need to be handled. But again, like these, I like to think are fairly vanilla opinions, right? They're not really too far on an extreme on either side. Some people do see it as inherently conservative because it's not, calling for rapid changes or it's asking for justification for change. And, if that's what conservative means to you, fair enough. I guess that's what it is. But I don't really feel that calling someone a conservative on that basis is really providing any information. I mean, normally what people are trying to do is sort of put someone in a particular political party or particular political belief. So the thing, I guess what I'm trying to say out of this is that I can appreciate where people come from in terms of what interests them in terms of the setting. And yet I also find that in terms of the things that people seem to like the most about these kinds of games and settings, they're actually not the things that sort of, they're not the things that really speak to me. They're not the things that make me very interested in the setting. So, for instance, what I find interesting in the main story for Cyberpunk is specifically the story of V and this idea of the relic. And particularly this idea of people who sort of want to hang on too long, right? And you have two different versions of that. You have Saburo Arasaka, right, attempting to achieve immortality. The analogy that I draw with that is something that apparently lawyers run into a lot for wills, where they kind of need to tell their clients, you're essentially trying to run things after you're gone, and that's not what the will is. The will is sort of you putting your affairs in order. It is, deciding what happens to it so that wherever it goes, it's, someone else's decisions to make now. But of course, with the idea of a company, right? A company doesn't have a human lifespan. And so in some senses, you can have these, systems or organizations. Like a good example of this would be Disney. Apparently every year they paint one of the water towers because apparently on Disney's deathbed, he said that he wanted that water tower, that it needed a coat of paint or something like that. Now, I think that's just a tradition rather than an actual sincere thought that the company should be run the way Disney wanted, all those years ago. I also just don't think that's a good way to run a business, right? Because technology changes. If you want to say, we should run car companies the way that Henry Ford thought they should be, well, then basically we're producing Model Ts in 2024, right? That's not progress. That's not good for anyone. But you can kind of see, right? You have this in the form of the relic, and specifically the fact that Arasaka is developing it. And it's part of this effort for the emperor to sort of to maintain his longevity. You can see this idea of a certain kind of stagnation trying to really take hold and almost become this permanent feature of the world. But what I also think is really interesting about this is that you have Johnny, who's also trying to take control, who's sort of taking over V's mind. That the world has gone on past him, and he doesn't necessarily like what he sees, but he's doing everything that he can to take over for himself. And so in this case here, you have these very natural reactions, right? People don't necessarily like the idea of their own mortality. V deals with it, Saburo's dealing with it, Johnny's dealing with it. But particularly the contrast between Saburo and Johnny, these two polar opposites in terms of attitudes to the world, and yet they're still running into that same flaw, which is they want something that's not theirs to take. That to me is much more interesting than a question of whether or not the corporations are the good guys or the bad guys. Like, Johnny is an asshole. Johnny is a really good example of, like, I think he's a great example of the kind of anti-hero that I think sometimes gets lost in modern cyberpunk stories. Like, you can see some features of John. I mean, a perfect example of this is he sets off, a nuclear bomb, in an area that clearly there are going to be casualties. There's going to be consequences for that action, well beyond well beyond what you would consider to be proportionate or or innocent or whatever. However you want to factor it in. But he has his mission. He has his drive. You can also he's a rocker boy, but you can also sort of make some comparisons to, certain types of rap stars, right? There's a certain, probably more so around the time that Cyberpunk was being a thing. But, it's still kind of something that comes up now and again today, right? You have rap stars that get a certain degree of credibility because of their criminal pasts, or even not necessarily actual legal proceedings, but the suggestion of it. And I believe that's actually something that comes up in Strange Days, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong on that. But again, it's these things I find kind of interesting, if only because they're a really interesting perspective on the world as it was when these stories were first developed. But it really does feel like CD Projekt took a particular take with this story that still makes it interesting. It's not just sort of a story that sort of stuck in the late 80s or the 90s. It's a story that I think still is interesting today in its own ways. It sort of pushes the setting forward. Anyways, I'm babbling a bit. I don't know if that was interesting to anyone, but I was really just trying to establish, I was talking about capitalism so much, but I wanted to actually point out that I don't find that the most interesting thing that the game has to say. America after the war, the turbulent years of 2024 to 2045. At the end of the Fourth Corporate War, in order to establish relative order under the federal government, President Elizabeth Kress imposed martial law on the NUS member states and nationalized the domestic arms manufacturing giant Militech. Preoccupied with their own internal issues, most of Europe and Japan paid little attention to developments in North America. Back in the 1990s, corporations had already begun aggressively purchasing huge swaths of arable land from farmers. Those who were left with no choice but to sell eventually found each other and organized into larger groups, or clans, to improve their odds of survival. Looking for reliable work, opportunities meant staying on the move and often specializing transport contracts. Yet, once the war settled down, their convoys became the single reliable, safe method of interstate shipping. In other words, this time of crisis and adaptation played a major role in the emergence of the so-called nomad social class. Meanwhile, in the 2040s, NetWatch created an immense firewall, dubbed the Black Wall, to partition the safe part of the net for human use and curb the threat of rogue artificial intelligences in cyberspace. At the organization's discretion, humanity was forced to sacrifice its access to inestimably value resources and knowledge for the sake of net security. Waterchrome and Blood, the Fourth Corporate War. It is truly remarkable that the large-scale bloodshed of the Fourth Corporate War began first as a simple rivalry between two ocean exploitation corporations, Sino and OTEC. Both companies vied for the controlling stake of the failing IHA Corporation. OTEC commissioned Militech to secure its business interests and perform certain special operations. Sino, in turn, signed a cooperation agreement with the Arasaka Corporation with a similar aim. When circumstances at last called for both colossal and prideful security corporations to clash in open combat, the Fourth Corporate War had officially begun. Yet, as is usually the case with corporate conflicts, the onset proved subtle. Arasaka disables a Militech transport. Militech allegedly eliminates a high-ranking official of an Arasaka client. Both sides engage in frequent sabotage and data theft operations. Netrunners from both sides infiltrate data forts to sow confusion, gather intel, and cause chaos in the stock markets. Though none would have thought it possible in those early months, the Arasaka-Militech conflict truly jeopardized the stability of the world economy, making the threat of complete economic collapse all too real. For this reason, NetWatch introduced a communications embargo on both corporations. This did little to slow the conflict's pace, however. While Sino and OTEC had unilaterally reached a settlement through peace talks, tensions between Arasaka and Militech continued to rise. This separation from the ocean dispute marks the beginning of the Fourth Corporate War's second phase, the so-called Shadow War. Military clashes between Militech and Arasaka were notoriously bloody, brutal, and without mercy. They waged their most damaging campaigns on the net. Arasaka and Militech netrunners launched attacks with the help of viruses that were often highly experimental. What's more, they created lethal ice measures and AI-like programs that could lurk in the dark corners of the net for long periods to launch strikes at the most opportune times. By the second half of 2022, Arasaka and Militech entered the final phase of the conflict, where both sides used every resource and strategy at their disposal. The hot war had begun. Around this time, the net that the world had known for years ceased to exist, and mercenaries hired by both corporations were slaughtered in open warfare by cutting-edge weapons technology. Then, in the war's most shocking and iconic turning point, the coup de grace came when an unknown group of mercenaries detonated a nuclear device at Arasaka's Night City headquarters. Shortly after the blast, bowing under increased pressure from the Japanese government, Arasaka laid down its arms and withdrew from many of its strategic positions, most notably in Night City. Victory belonged to Militech, but it had come at a heavy cost. Okay, all BDs would not be a bad way to start. Unfortunately, we've got a couple traps here. So if I try to 55-7A instead, I guess that doesn't work either. Huh. So if I try to BD 55... this is a lot more tricky than it seems. So if I tried something like BD 55-55, I get the 7A, which is good, but the BDs don't work. Well, you know what? I'm going to play it by ear. So BD 55-55, 7A. And I don't think I'm going to get the BDs that I need. Yeah. Hopefully the frame rate comes back. There we go. Now it's possible I've already found the information that I need. Oh, nope. Rush order urgent, Matt Liaw. Dan, I need that stuff for my head. I really, really need it. I'm out, starting to think some desperate shit on loop. I know I owe you, but fuck, man. I need it, and I need it today, you know? Whatever you want in exchange, man, I'll do anything, okay? I gotta steal, kill, steal, whatever, please. Important for closure, Bank of Night City, Matt Liaw. I regret to inform you that due to your repeated defaults on your payments, we are now forced to foreclose on the property for which the loan was taken out on, Milagro Terrace 12. Please vacate the premises within 3 working days of receipt of this message. Otherwise, we will introduce the eviction measures as part of the Clear to Kill system. The decision is final and irreversible. Sincerely, Liam Turtsky, Customer Service Department, Bank of Night City. PTSD Shield Policy Lapse, Heroes Care Limited to Matt Liaw. Due to the termination of your employment at Mercenary Solutions Incorporated, your health insurance policy, PTSD Shield, has been cancelled effective immediately. Any appointments made prior to this notice have been cancelled, and any medications have been discarded. We also inform you that you are welcome to use the government's Veteran Care Program. Current appointment wait time is 756 days. To register for an appointment, please send the following text message, HELP. Wishing you good health and the best of luck, Anne McEwen, Senior Consultant, Heroes Care Limited. Hey V, NCPD got a call about a cyber psycho, actually sent a patrol this time. Been a few hours and no report back. Either those cops got scared and bounced, or anyway, check it out for me. Be much appreciated. If he zeroed the badges, then there's no way in hell Max Tack is going to bring him in alive. We're the best chance he's got at getting out of this in one piece. Our psycho's out cold but alive. Transferring you the data I gathered. Looks like it was an ex-merc looking for some work for some corp. As soon as he stopped being useful, they tossed him out on the street. Guy kept his combat implants, had PTSD, stopped taking his meds. You can fill in the blanks. Thanks for going the extra mile. So a badge friend of mine just sent over his data. Guy's head was a mess. They must have taken 4 times the doses just to make it through the day. Eventually, the corp cut off his health insurance. The cash dried up, but then the ticking time bomb exploded. But was it really from the implants alone? Who the hell knows? Either way, your eddies are in the air. Thanks for taking care of this. Okay. So yes, we will read the message from Mr. Hands. Heavy Hearts. The building is a large imitation pyramid. I dare say you can't miss it. You'll need the elevator access code as well. 2589. Okay. I don't know if I should be checking in with Tricky Boyvis every few minutes to see whether or not Phantom Brigade is ready to go, or if I should just shut up and let you enjoy the game. I will get my car. I just figure I'll clear all the blocks. Still downloading, but excited to try. Put it on. Oh, sorry, you already said it. That was a previous message. I should probably sell some of the stuff in my inventory, but... Oh, I really want to steal a car. Oh, I'm so dead. So the plan, I was going to jump and then use the double jump to survive. Anyway, we don't have that much further to go. Well, how am I supposed to get there? Alright, you know what? I don't like your attitude. Bring it. Oh, yeah. Tough cars. Okay, let's see if I can do this properly this time. Oh, interesting. So it doesn't let me double jump with that. I'll maybe try that one more time, seeing as I quick save, but that is going to be useful information. So if I just do a normal drop like this, actually, let's just surprise the. Yeah. Okay. So you can't double jump in that case. No fast travel in Night City for me then. So the main reason for wanting to do some of those theft missions is so that I can get some discounts on El Capitan's auto dealership, and then essentially the idea is once I clear out my list of cars to buy, you know, I can focus on spending the money on different implants. Okay. Yeah, so we're probably heading straight to Dogtown at this point. I am feeling like there's a little bit of lag in the theft opportunity. I feel like there's a little bit of lag compared to how I was playing previously, but I think what I'll do, I'll play as normal, and then once we get to Dogtown, I can sort of jump out and or I can basically save. And,
She liked it, huh? Got a vehicle to track down. Something interesting in the back too.
I can basically save and reload if I feel like there's a... So apparently I can't shoot at this thing. Anyways, yeah, I can reload the game once I'm in Dogtown if I feel like the game's not performing as it should. It seemed to pick up what I got out of my car, so...
Black magic, motherfuckers. Say goodbye.
Hang on, gotta go.
Eso te pasa por meterte con los tinos.
I think there was a call for NCPD contractors earlier that I could have used as well. Apparently there is a limit to the number of side quests I'm willing to pick up.
Watch out, got a tail.
I'm pretty close to the drop-off, so I'm wondering if they'll...
Close now. Lose the tail or wipe them out yourself.
Alright, so they can't see me. I'll just find a good spot.
Come on, pick it up! Go, go, go!
I mean, if they're just running off like this... Oop.
Not gonna lie, V. You got a gift. Thanks for the help, V. My jewel will do the finishing touches.
So I'm going to try something new this time. I'm going to go to the map for a minute, just see if I can get it to be more responsive. Then when we get back to the game, there'll be okay. So like this is nice and zippy. This is kind of how the game should be. So the expectation is when I go back to the game, it's going to be choppy, but only for a little while, and then we should get back to a nice, smooth look. Well, it's improved, but not quite to the level that I wanted. Anyway, I'll work with what I got right now. Like I said, maybe we'll get to Dogtown. I'll do a quick reset, see if that can pick things up. I don't necessarily mind that the game sort of chugs every now and again. That's to be expected. I mean, I've got a decent enough setup. It's the graphics. So the problem that really happened here is that I had to upgrade the graphics card earlier than I had planned. So I think it's a 2020 series that I've got in this. Or maybe it was 20 series Super. Anyways, so I was happy to get the ray tracing, the RTX. But again, it was an earlier model than I was planning on upgrading. It's a little bit like Apple products, right? Like, if you get the first of a new thing from Apple, it's a very good product, but generally version 2 is considerably better, and it's usually just because they've finally been... Well, I mean, these things are developed well in advance, but usually what's happened is it's actually been tested by the world, right? And there's some indications in terms of what people want this thing to be. So, if you get something outside of that first generation, like the best example of this is the iPad by far, because the first iPad is not the product that we're familiar with. I mean, it is in the sense of a tablet. Like, I never had one, but some friends of mine got one. Actually, they're friends who I like to hear their opinions quite a bit because they're more conventional, let's say. Like, they're not computer nerds. They like computers for what they do, but they will go to a nice dinner for entertainment, or they'll stay at home and watch a movie, or they'll do ordinary things. Gaming is a thing that one of them does on occasion, but I would be a severe outlier in terms of the amount of time that I spend on gaming relative to them. Or I don't even know if it's meaningful to talk about like the median person. But the reason why I really like kind of hearing their tastes on things is because for me, it's inconceivable not to have anything other than like an actual PC. But for them, they've actually said that probably the computer that they have is the last that they will buy. That as far as they're concerned, their tablet and their phone does everything that they want a computer to do, and they are much more affordable.
Got a real sweet ride around these parts. How about you bring her over? Already know how it's done.
Well, I found my friendly ghost, but it was a non-starter, another dead end. Alex and I have exhausted all reasonable options, V, so if you can't get anything operable from Mr. Hands, we have no choice but to resort to a half-baked plan with half-baked aliases. Not ideal. I trust you understand the stakes. If they catch on while we're inside Hanson Citadel, we're never walking out. But I think these kinds of perspectives are valuable because they do tend to give you an idea. So the fact of the matter is that specialist dealers might be able to cater to someone like me.
Black magic, motherfuckers. Say goodbye to those wheels. V, you know what to do.
Looks like I'm not able to... Yeah, like most companies that sell computers are going to be making their money appealing, like with that mass appeal, not necessarily to someone like me. Like, so like the idea would be is like if you think of someone who's quote unquote good with computers, chances are you're thinking of someone who would be okay.
One last thing. I'm gonna need this machine in decent condition.
You can imagine someone sort of who feels comfortable with Linux. Potentially even that they would use Linux as their main and only operating system. For me, I'll have a virtual machine. Actually, I have 2 virtual machines with some kind of flavor of Linux. But that's kind of so I can get the practice. I mean, to be honest with you, my preferred computing environment, all things being equal, is actually a Mac, right? Mac OS with a terminal. Like, that's, to me, the nice middle ground. But I would not be a representative consumer in these cases. The fact of the matter is that one anecdote that I actually heard from a couple classes, I think this is a class that was using MATLAB, and they had some students where they actually needed to explain the file system. That essentially these are people whose entire experience will be through icons on a screen. And so just generally everything that they needed would be on the desktop or whatever. But the idea of like saving something in a folder and accessing those folders required explanation. And these are college students, so it's not like these are particularly dim people. It doesn't necessarily mean, being able to get into college is a measure of a number of different things now, which are not necessarily related to intelligence. Ideally it is, right? Ideally you have things like standardized testing, but it's there's any number of things that need to kind of be considered now. But I would say that it's fair to say that these are not necessarily dumb people who are doing this, especially if they're in a class that's using MATLAB, because that means that they're doing some kind of modeling or sort of numerical work that requires, I'd say, fairly heavy duty solutions. But again, if your experience of computing is basically being some variation of a tablet or a phone.
Oh yeah, I knew I picked the right merc for the gig. My man will take care of the rest. Little token of my appreciation's waiting for you in the drop locker.
If your only experience of computing is sort of through tablets and phones, then the idea of a file system is actually going to be a foreign thing. It's not completely absent from a tablet. So for instance, if you use Dropbox, if you use Google Drive, if you use iCloud, there definitely is something resembling a directory structure there, but nothing that you actually have to rely on. Oftentimes the apps are self-contained, and arguably it's a more efficient way of computing, right? This is I'm focusing a lot on Apple here, but it's largely just because I think a lot of people tend to follow Apple's lead on these things. The big innovation for Apple was this idea of creating a product that a specialist would be able to use for their specialty, that your specialty did not have to be computing. And that, I think, is how you go from a world where, people are thinking that only, the 5 largest businesses in the world are going to buy or need computers, to computers being indispensable in day-to-day life. Putting them in packaging, putting them in a setup that will allow ordinary people to sit down and use them without thinking too much about what's going on under the hood, that's necessary. So I always do find it interesting when I talk to those friends and kind of get their view on technology, because it's, again, like I said, to me, I could not imagine a situation under which I would not have some kind of a computer for myself, like proper computer that I can customize. But it's not just a theoretical oh, maybe one day people only need tablets. It's something that people sort of known to me I've seriously said that without necessarily knowing that that was sort of a, what does the future look like kind of question that people were asking when the tablet came out. Okay, so I'm going to take a quick second here just to see. It may not be necessary, but I'm going to take a quick second here to reset the game just to see if I can maybe make things a little more responsive. I think I also rambled my way to an empty chat. Okay. So I'm just waiting on GOG to sync everything. Actually, if you'll forgive me, I'm going to take a quick minute here and see if I have email. Maybe not. Okay, cool. Loading the game now. It's just they added the new. I'm assuming this is some kind of CD Projekt Red launcher. I noticed The Witcher and Gwent are on this. Okay, it doesn't seem like too much of an improvement, but that's fine. We gave it a shot. It's not particularly bad. Like, I think the game looks fine. It's just, I know sometimes, particularly in Dogtown, things get a little choppy. And, like, honestly, like I said, I kind of wish that I could have upgraded on my own timing. But, there's always, if you're trying to chase the, the cutting edge in terms of tech, you're always going to be disappointed, or you're going to spend a lot of money on your computer when you really don't need to. Like, I'm sure at some point I will feel that it's time to upgrade the video card. The fact that it's a little choppy in Cyberpunk at points, probably not the time I would do that. Although I am going to take a minute here just to see if we can do the map trick.
Hey, you there. This is a nice place, so play nice, hear me? Got our eyes everywhere.
You can tell that there was copyrighted music here. Probably should have been scanning the floors.
Now, I see. And what is it your mother can't help you with? Oh, not to worry. I'll find him the moment I get home. Can that be our deal? You've my word, Sugar Bear. Yeah, I love you too. Bye-bye now.
That's an interesting little character reveal.
Ah, if it isn't V. V, my favorite merc. Splendid. What you completed for me significantly shifted the playing field vis-a-vis Hansen. Excellent work, precisely as requested.
Come on, Hans. Flattery, really? Seems a little beneath you.
An overused tactic. Agreed. Unnecessary. No, V, this is strictly business. For those who do their work well, praise is a mere restating of the facts.
Maybe the one thing I didn't expect. To see the man behind the hollow curtain. The elusive Mr. Hands in the flesh.
Not only did you rescue those clowns in blue, you also managed to eliminate Dodger. Calm, collected, and professional. Bravo. You have proven to be a person I can trust. Hence my decision to drop the veil and meet in person. A rare occurrence, I assure you. Were I to have more virtuosos like you, I wager I'd have more than Dogtown in my grasp. Dogtown, Pacifica, then I'd line up the rest, snort, and it'd be done. Working with bona fide professionals, positively a treat.
Gigs you had me do. How will they solve your Hansen sitch?
Take a boxer. He can't knock out his opponent. What then? He goes to work on the body. Once his adversary's stamina wanes, he looks for his opening, connects fists with jaw. I know it may not seem all that clear from where you stand, but the gigs you have completed will allow me to audaciously shift some of the pawns and figures on the chessboard that is Dogtown. Checkmate is but a few moves away.
Take it you prefer Dogtown with no Hansen at the helm.
Hansen wields much power, greedily so. He's also clever. These traits I tolerate, even value, when occurring in isolation.
You can just give me a second here. I'm really curious what's causing... This is almost like that sequence with Dexter Deshawn, where it doesn't feel like it's something that should take that much power, but it really seems to be making my computer break into a sweat.
But all at once? No. Especially not in one who grips an entire district in the palm of his hand. It makes business... trying. Interest you in some tea? It's my own blend.
Sure, why not?
So, how did this combat zone become Dogtown? Do you know?
Heard this and that. Something to do with the war?
2069. Colonel Hansen led an operation colorfully called Midnight Storm. The objective? To occupy this combat zone and establish an NUSA staging ground in Night City. Soon after, the sides agreed to a ceasefire. Hansen's force was left to fend for itself. Headquarters, the public, everyone feigned ignorance, pretending Hansen and company were never here. But our good colonel decided to put down roots. He declared this combat zone an NUSA territory. In our terms, he carved out an enclave for himself and went from soldier to arms dealer overnight. Marooned he was. 2 weeks for a bullet to reach his brain, everyone thought. But his brain remained intact, and he became a force to be reckoned with. A man whose existence is a threat to many is a dangerous man indeed.
It's all well and good chit-chatting, but what about our deal? Did my part, time you did yours.
Ah, indeed, yes. The Black Sapphire, Hansen's stronghold, guarded by elite soldiers. Military quarters are situated on lower levels, while top floors are a decadent haven for the ultra-rich. The building's blueprint was not easily procured, I should say. Hansen guards his hotel secrets as if they were an embarrassing rectal itch. But, given a will, ways are usually found. You help a client of mine, they reciprocate, and I gain latitude. Quid pro quo in full effect. The building plans are yours. I'll even throw in vulnerabilities to watch for, a token of my appreciation. And, though this goes without saying, the data, its source, are completely secure. No one knows you have it. Data leaks, or lack thereof, are the difference between myself and, say, the late Mr. Deshawn. The Shard, Black Sapphire info and blueprints, all nooks and crannies. I trust it's all you need to waltz in and perform your planned pirouettes. Yet a word of caution. Even fully prepared, you'll be marching into a pit full of vipers. Watch your step.
Thanks, Hans.
I only hope this won't mark the end of our collaboration. Truth be told, a few new assignments seem imminent.
Let me guess. More local politico gaming?
Activity is abundant in Dogtown, and behind closed doors, plots and schemes. Should change ever occur, as it inevitably must, someone really ought to pave the way for a smooth transition.
Be looking forward to those new gigs then.
You will hear from me soon. This I guarantee you. And V, whatever happens at the Black Sapphire, make sure you come back alive, You're going where local and international politics mix. Strong currents, both.
Make sure to plant my feet firmly then. Later, Hans.
I do like the kind of the Egyptian theme. Contemporary netrunner groups. Among the notable netrunner groups or cells in recent years, found in translation has undoubtedly emerged as the most infamous. The 4 members of the group, known only by their aliases JD, AP, SK, and BPM, primarily target the major braindance studios and productions. The first reported cyber attacks perpetuated by Found in Translation were breaches of studio data fortresses that contain braindance files slated for release. They made slight adjustments to the recording data in order to replace positive emotions towards corporations with hot-blooded hate and to erase corporate logos that were planned for promotional purposes. In July 2076, after an FIT-altered version of the Braindance Badlands Raid hit the market in the Pacific Northwest, many consumers took to the streets of Seattle in a surge of violent anti-corporate riots. Following the incident, studios tightened security measures and law enforcement authorities formally recognized FIT as a terrorist cell that posed significant risk to public safety and order. In response, FIT adapted its tactics. Rather than solely launching attacks on braindance producers, they have begun to infiltrate domestic and commercial braindance units to corrupt or alter data. The most recent data manipulation attacks on the Braindance's Wasteland Fury and Slave to the Supervisory Board have cemented their reputation as a formidable netrunner cell that refuses to yield to outside pressure. The Chronicles of Titania, Book 1. You haven't an idea what you're talking about, the green-haired woman snorted and mockingly smiled. I visited many worlds, each built on a lie, all, although this might be the first time I've ever seen its people so stubbornly close their eyes to it. Vyzan felt a rage swell inside him. How dare this woman, an outsider to the utopia of Titania, so harshly criticize a system that has guaranteed the happiness of millions, he thought to himself. If anyone is blind here, it's you, Vyzan finally erupted. Titania knows no iniquity, no scarcity. For the first time in human history, everyone belongs to the privileged class. The woman smiled softly, with a mischievous twinkle in her amber eyes. Is that so? She asked. And your work at this cannery, why are you unhappy there? Vyzan forced himself to remain calm, and in truth, he wasn't sure why the stranger's comments had made him so upset. Perhaps it wasn't the foreigner's fault. She could not comprehend that humankind had finally achieved the ideal society. Her home, as she described it, resembled a primitive world, like one tainted by the stain of feudalism. In a sense, she was like a child, intelligent, yes, but ignorant and self-righteous to a fault. There must be a group within society responsible for this type of work, Vyzan explained. Thankfully, due to the advancement of robotics, the means of production have become fully automized and shifted away from our hands. We now serve only in supervisory roles. So to answer your question, no, I'm not unhappy. The robots do the work for me. Wait, you do know what robots are, right? Of course I do. We have something similar, only made from clay and stone, the lime-haired woman replied, still with a smug tone in her voice. Very well, your world has done away with work done by hand, but if that is the case, does that not mean that workers such as yourself have lost their former value? Are you suggesting that none who govern your progress from above your there are none who govern your progress from above your standing, who determine your responsibilities? No response. The woman's golden eyes flashed as she laughed at Vyzan's confused, flustered silence. My apologies, the stranger's lips curled into an embarrassed smile. Maybe you are an equal member of this corporation? But from what I've seen here, nothing about it matches what you have described. So yeah, we're talking about the gods. We've got the Sphinx cats, which I believe are a Canadian invention, incidentally. Boleslas Lesmian, why so many candles? Why so many candles, these faces above me? No more harm shall ever meet my body. Everyone is standing, while here alone I lie, grieving, feigning. One must be true, and one must die. And so, buried under these wreaths of leaves, I lie, solemnly, agelessly, solitarily. Death gone silent once again rushes to my head, though by now I know all comprehension is dead. How I loathe to become accustomed to this grave, to be what I once was, that is all I crave. Translated by Stefano Salicio? Anyways, it was interesting to run into Mr. Hands for sure, but I think by far it was most interesting. I mean, this is one of the things that I kind of like. It's probably not the first time this game's done something like this, but there is something about the fact that he has like a kid in a home life, particularly when he's somebody you never get to see the face of. I think is kind of neat.
Reed, got the data shard from Hans. Our golden ticket into the Black Sapphire.
Perfect. Send it to him. No worries. This connection is secure.
Catch. It's on its way.
And reception complete. I'll pass it on to Alex. And as soon as you're ready, join us at the Moth. If I'm not there when you arrive, just wait. Till then.
So this is probably the next thing I want to do. We'll just double check here. So meet Reed at the Moth. Your missing Uber Netrunner got snared by Dogtown's head honcho. What a lovely plot twist. Don't know how you want to get into the Black Sapphire, or even if it's possible. But that's not the thing I worry about. What does worry me is that what you're gonna do once you get inside. Thoughts? Kurt Hansen. Most of the files on Kurt Hansen's military past were classified as top secret following the end of the Unification War. Only Militech execs and certain members of Congress in Washington have clearance to learn just who this former colonel truly is. He's the man who secured a foothold for the NUSA in Night City as part of Operation Midnight Storm. The same man who then, after being abandoned by the NUS government at the war's end, built from that foothold a new homeland for himself, all financed by smuggling and arms deals on a global scale. To some, he's a glorified gangster and a war profiteer. To others, a deserter and a terrorist. To others still, he's the charismatic leader of Barghest, a liberating force that keeps Dogtown free from NCPD jurisdiction and corporate influence, and that has turned the derelict district into a new home for so many without one. Kurt Hansen is a man of many faces, but if you ask Dogtown residents, most will say it's safer to keep your head down than to see any of them for yourself. The Black Sapphire. Hasley Ferris and Skiv began the construction of this colossus in 2061, intending to erect Night City's most impressive hotel to date. However, along with the rest of Pacifica's redevelopment, the project took a fatal nosedive. Following the end of the Unification War, Kurt Hansen laid claim to the half-finished hotel as his new base of operations. Today, the Black Sapphire serves as the shining star around which all of Dogtown revolves. It stands 99 stories tall, with a luxury club, casino, and AV landing pads at the top. The ground floor contains warehouses and barracks for Barghest soldiers. Everything in between remains a matter of speculation. The prisoners for VIPs held for ransom, a zoo for endangered animals that Hansen serves to dinner guests at lavish parties, a server room that puts Arasaka Towers to shame. It's no surprise that the rumors that circle the Black Sapphire grow more far-fetched every year. Yet one fact is undeniable. The Black Sapphire is Hansen's pride and joy. It is an impenetrable fortress, a palace where he can play King of Dogtown and host dignitaries from the world over, but especially the who's who of Night City's political and criminal landscape. And Elena Alex Xenakis, undercover FIA agent, metanthropic, technology specialist and Solomon Reed's ex-protege. Growing up in the slums of Los Angeles Metroplex, she saw her parents drown in various addictions, her friends' childhoods plummet into a never-ending cycle of crime, an environment riddled with inescapable poverty and a life of hopelessness. But she always dreamed of seeing herself on the Braindance billboards. It was a stroke of luck that the BD studio that discovered her was an FIA front. Soon, Alex was a fledgling agent under the wing of accomplished spy Solomon Reed, undertaking risky ops and classified missions, both domestic and foreign. When the Unification War broke out, she was sent to Night City, where things went south and Alex came full circle. She returned to the slums she so desperately wanted to leave, though this time it was Dogtown instead of LA. After 7 years undercover doing routine spy work, she had almost lost hope of ever getting out of this hellhole until an old friend suddenly appeared on her doorstep. We have seen that sequence earlier for those of you who are just joining us. Nope. So, sorry, I opened the journal. So, meet with Takamura's base game as is go to Afterlife, balls to the wall, wait for Paco and Babs. So this is a wait. We probably don't want to... Actually, I'm curious. If I'm going to wind up waiting for, in either case... Wrong button. So the funny thing about the I feel like I should probably get myself some goodies. Actually, looks like there's a few goodies for me to get. Okay, if that car is still there after I get my stuff. I'll try and take a stealthy approach to it, but I'm not... Oh.
Came to dog town for her. Turns out she's here chasing her ex.
Alright, so that's going to complicate things for a bit just because they're all searching. Okay, somebody can see me. Ooh, lucky.
Where you at?
Yeah, there's quite a few more people here than I thought. But give it enough time. Oop. I think there's too many people with eyes on me.
Careful, someone's lurking.
Oh.
Show yourself.
What in the fuck?
Grabbing some big guns!
Kind of surprised there isn't fight music going on for this.
Some big guns!
And I am kind of tempted to reset the game again off of this because I know I've seen big improvements in similar situations by doing the reset. I just also know it didn't really help me.
Grabbing some big guns!
Yeah, I think we can drop that. Thanks. Anyways, yeah, I don't normally like bloodbaths like that, but I've also relaxed a little bit in terms of combat. Clearly there were... Oops. Clearly there were more people coming after me than I originally thought. Also, the tea with Mr. Hands made me feel like I should get some of my own. So after I'm done this... I'll take a small break. All right, 7A E9. So this is a trap. That's interesting. Okay, so I think the answer's got to be 55, 1C, 55, 7A, E9, 55, 1C. That should cover both sides. Days. 89.3. How can I not? Oh, here we go. An interesting item of business has fallen into my lap, V. Melina, a local BD celebrity, claims she's been kidnapped and is currently being held against her will in a BD rental studio called Brainporium. Lena sees a merc who will free her from her captor's clutches. All in all, it would be a credible, solid assignment were it not for the fact that I failed to confirm the client's identity. The data I received from her is at odds in several places with what my trusted sources tell me. As such, I will not be playing middleman in this manner. However, should you be so inclined, I've sent the coordinates she relayed to me. I, meanwhile, will do as the Romans do and wash my hands of the matter. Is it the Romans or is it just Pontius Pilate? Lena Melina sounds familiar. I think I saw a poster or something. Lena who? Never heard of her. Usually stick to the mindfulness BDs. I've been real into Scott grilling competitions too. Now that's what I call it now. Lena Melina sounds familiar. I think I saw a poster or something. I can't say I've been following her career, if one can call it such. Yet, as always, I aim to keep my finger on the pulse of things. So yeah, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to start by getting the vehicle. See ya.
Hey, V. Free new wheels, huh? Flipping you the delivery address now.
Okay, I'm actually going to... Nope, can't save right now. So I believe if there's combat going on... Okay, so this I should be able to get through. Also, for whatever reason, everything just really cleared up in terms of performance. I still want to get my tea, though. I'm just waiting for the instruction, don't damage the ride or something.
Watch out, V. Think you pissed someone off.
Yeah, we outran him last time. But yeah, so I think I'm going to do some of the side missions before I do the mission with Reed. Okay, I mean, I'll fire on them if I have to. How many shots is this gonna take? Okay, but yeah, so if I'm gonna wind up waiting for someone, I might as well do the side quest wait, and then kind of move forward on something that, I say main quest line. Obviously, the main quest line is the base game, but in terms of the main story for Phantom Liberty. More friends. The fact that I'm in traffic might save me, but nope.
Final stretch now. Just lose the company.
Well, he didn't specify he wanted it in one piece. Some assembly required. Gross. Alright.
Not gonna lie, V. You gotta give.
If you say so.
Thanks for the help, V. My chum will do the finishing touches.
Oh, and I'm carrying too much weight. So, let's take a quick look at my pistol options. I am expecting... I'm going to stick with what I have. I mean, the effective range is probably... I imagine that the sight that I have is probably going to fix that, but it doesn't really feel like I'm really gaining that much more. I guess there's the burn chance. Oh, but it converts 25% of the damage dealt to thermal damage. I mean... It's not bad, but probably not the sort of thing I want to switch out for. I do like a certain degree of simplicity in my weapons. Now, I will confess, this thing caught me by surprise in terms of its relatively slow rate of fire. I don't know if I'm fully ready to switch to a copperhead. And most of these other things, I'm assuming this is sorting by DPS, which turns out for me not to be the best measure. I get trapped thinking about DPS too much. But that's also not an excuse to just like run with anything. I can't imagine I would, yeah. Okay, so I think the easy answer here is just to break up a bunch of my weapons here. So the easy ones will be the greens and whites. I think I need to hang on to that sniper rifle. The grad... this is a tough one because I know there's one that looks like the grad, which, oh, actually, as it turns out, the Ashura does more damage anyway. Well, actually, maybe we will hang on to that grad after all. Yeah, so those were the easy ones to deal with. Can't see why I'd hang on to this new. Blue submachine gun doesn't seem that important now. Precision rifle, I think we only have one of those. We could probably ditch the revolver, but let me make sure that I've got one that I want to keep. Maybe we'll hang on to that revolver after. Oh. 148? Yeah, I don't think we're keeping that one. Although this might be even better. We can get rid of that one. So I already have an assault rifle that I like. Definitely getting rid of the... Okay, this one yeah. Okay, we can afford to get rid of this precision rifle. It's nice to be able to just sort of whittle these things away. Okay, so we can get rid of this. I can't really see myself hanging on to these pistols either. So out of the submachine guns, we've got 32 damage, 22 damage, 13 speed versus 7.7. So this is also a slower one. I think I'll hang on to this one still, though. I'm actually going to leave the assault rifles. I'm going to leave them be for a little while. We'll focus on everything but... This one I probably need to hang on to. 27, I think that's better than... Nope. This one I might hang on to still. I'm starting to hoard again a little bit, but... Okay, shotgun. So 188. Can I do better than that? So this one's nice because it's tier 5, but... Alright, this is considerably more powerful, though. So maybe we'll hang on to one of each of those. We've got 188 and 305. my choices to which design I like more. Okay, I think we're getting somewhere here. So we've got 27, 55. This is probably the most attractive of the options. 32. Yeah, so that's sitting right in the middle. Now, this is overall just too many submachine guns. But this is conceivably something I might put into my arsenal at some point, and I haven't made a firm decision which one I want to hang on to yet. So, and remember, the original purpose of this was just to free up some weight. So, okay. This should just be focused on assault rifles. So, this gives me 29, 47. Okay. So those are my outside options. Can't see how a 34 improves things. Maybe. And it did just occur to me I should be ranking these pistols, because, like, really, what am I really going to hang on to that many pistols? So, we've got multiple unities. So maybe what I can do... I can maybe, like, hang on to one of each. Okay, I think I can live with that. Now, for the melee weapon. The one-handed club gives me 177. .3 on the attack speed. So there's a couple that move faster. This has the advantage of non-lethal weapon too. It's a non-lethal weapon as well. So the two and one-handed club. I mean, these things don't give me anything in terms of the clubs. There's nothing that I'm getting from those that I can't get from this one-handed club. At this point here, it's a question of what the lethal weapons get me. So this one, the razor dominates. The green razor dominates the pink razor. Same story for this one. We've got an iconic axe, which does 99 versus one that does 52, so that's out. Chainsword does slightly more than the... maybe we'll hang on to you still. This knife, 46, but it's one of my fastest items. I don't know, we'll get rid of it still. That's still 4 items, and that's more than I would normally want to take. But I imagine we're not fighting for space anymore. Okay, so I think I'm actually going to go for the... I think we can go for Dazed and Confused. But I think now is going to be my tea break. So, I apologize. I know some of you, I suspect probably if anybody's watching, they will have just recently joined. But I'm going to have a small break, and I am going to need to take the time to boil the tea, so there might be a slightly longer wait than usual. But we will be back in as soon as I can for some more Cyberpunk. So I will see you all in a bit. I think this is the one time the proverb "a watch top." Excuse me. I think this is the one time the proverb "a watch pot never boils" actually applied. Sorry about that. Apparently, the game needs to reorient itself to. Actually, you know what? We waited long enough here. I think I just saved anyway. Let's do a reset of the game. It's been a while since I've had a stream this quiet. I don't know. I will confess, I am feeling the effects of the day. So I don't know if that means that I should wrap up a little bit early, or just kind of push through. We'll see how I feel. It feels a little weird to go on a break and then wrap up, but we'll see. We'll see how it goes. If nothing else, I've got the tea. The only thing is that I have some writing to do. I was actually, I'm reluctant to talk about this because inevitably talking about things before they get done, I either disappoint people or I get the advantage of having done the thing, or the advantages of having done the thing without having done the thing. But this feels like a little bit of a reasonable exception. I've done a few articles on AI, and I'm using AI in like the general sense that people talk about. So I think what people are really talking about when they talk about AI is specifically generative AI, and even more specifically large language models. But I'll say AI in general because I actually think we can tackle the topic. That is a world better. That's why I like doing this sometimes. We'll see if that still applies to... That officer took that pretty well, in my opinion. But yeah, so I'm mixed on those previous articles that I wrote because in one sense, some of the stuff that I've written on, I sort of just had this moment where it's like, you know, nobody cares, you know, nobody's going to be convinced by this, you know, I'm not ready to just put up with all of the nonsense that will come from putting this thing out. And I mean, some of this stuff I've talked about on stream before. Like, so a really good example of this was I can remember once some of the image generating ones were coming out, people were, like, I can actually remember some artist friends being really, really unhappy with them. Hey, Romlonger. Oh, my tea is done, but I'm driving. Decisions. Let's go to the journal really quick. But yeah, so like they for understandable reasons did not like the idea of something that could generate images. And I kind of wanted to say my opinion of this is still the case, that I think there's something really interesting about the kinds of images that these tools produce, like particularly something like Midjourney. But most of them, I think, fall under this category. When you look at the default settings, and in fact, one thing that I had tried was just something, like, it seems like such a generic prompt, but it actually tells you a few things. Like, the most beautiful image possible is one that I put into a few of them. And there's a very uniform style that these images, or that these generative AIs produce. It usually has this very high dynamic range, very vibrant colors. Uniformly, it looks like advertising. And again, this is my heretical, you know, pro-corporate views apparently. I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. Right? Like, there are lots of directors who are working today who make the movies that a lot of people really enjoy, who got started in commercials. David Lynch has done, multiple commercials. They pay very well, and I will go so far as to say probably some of the most interesting film talent is working in commercials because they actually require you to be a master of the form. At this point, 30 seconds is a luxury in which to communicate what the advertisement is supposed to do. Now, you can say that it's to a bad end, right? You can say that the message is not is not one worth hearing, and I would probably agree for most of the...
There's a job, V. A journalist, Bree Whitney, has fled into Dogtown. I need you to look after her.
She fled? Means I gotta keep her tucked away?
No. Bree has a lead. You're to help her complete her investigation. There's a corp on her tail, as she put it. That is all she said. Miss Whitney seems to have some minor trust issues.
Right. So where am I meeting this mystery-insistent woman?
You'll go to her apartment first, on Skyline West. You're to collect an electronic access card. And no, do not say, this card, what's it open? I simply don't know. Contact me once this is sorted. You'll learn more details then.
Okay, so obviously we're working on this mission first. But yeah, what I want to say about the image generation, I think it actually tells us something very interesting about our own tastes, right? So my complaint is not, the dignity of human labor and, what the LLMs are taking away from us. Although I do think it's very interesting that there were no shortage of think pieces around 2016, 2017 about, what shall we do for the truckers? How can we stop them from becoming radicalized by seeing their jobs automated away? Where self-driving really still seems to be something that people are struggling to deliver. But you've got plenty of people who are constantly sharing their images out of the LLMs. And of course, lots of people complaining about it too. It's like, why are they replacing the thing that we as humans want to do? And it's like, well, we're not replacing it. You can still do your art thing. But in any case, there's a couple of things that I think about. So first of all, I think it tells us something really interesting about our tastes, that the default, the thing that these models, what they've been trained to do, and the thing that because again, what you're going to do when you have a machine learning model, you are trying to predict and predict in a statistical sense. So I don't mean predict as in forecast. I mean predict as in you have an information set. So what I would mean by prediction is, I'm given some information about the world. So here's a good example. I'm in my apartment. I hear a lot of rapidly moving footsteps up and down the hall. And one additional bit of information that you might want to know, that would tell you maybe whether or not I am in danger. Are they sort of a higher frequency? So is it someone who is light who's making those footsteps? Because if that's the case, what it probably means is there's a bunch of kids running up and down the hallway, and basically the parents just need to get, explain to them that the halls are not a gym. If, on the other hand, these are heavier ones, if they sound like boots, then it either means I'm being invaded, or more likely there is some sort of emergency and the building is being evacuated. So you can, of course, open the door and see what's going on, but the prediction being made here is based on the sounds that we're hearing in the hallway through the closed door. we are trying to match this information to a particular state of the world. And that's generally what is kind of meant by predict when it comes to statistical models. So these models, there'll be sort of a set of instructions that they're given in terms of saying what counts as good and what counts as bad. And you can see in the case of something that's generating images, you want something that will generate images that will get the largest number of users saying, I like that thing, and hopefully share it, right? Because of course, that's going to be how you advertise your services to the world. So the fact that we have these tools that are more or less uniformly creating something that looks like very stock advertising, and again, remembering that I don't think there is a problem with the quality of the images in advertising, it does sort of tell me something about what we like as tastes. And I think there's probably, I mean, you can say a chicken or egg thing. I mean, obviously, if we had tastes in another way, I think the models would be producing something different. I think really what we're seeing is that people actually like advertising a lot more than what they really say, that the advertisers are correctly identifying what people's tastes are, and that they are producing something that matches that taste, as opposed to, advertising making us stupid or trying to like force us to look at something we don't like. It's a hypothesis. You can agree or disagree, but I kind of feel that that's the reading I got from that, at least. Now, again, one of my favorite things to do with these tools is to make them do things that are not the same. So my complaint about most of the AI-generated art that I see from people is I just think the prompts are very boring. I think people are making very predictable and maybe not very interesting. I mean, they're interesting to the person, and that's really the audience that is intended for. But I just don't think you need to share that sort of stuff with social media. Usually I wind up just making these nice... Actually, here, I should ask you, I think you're probably the only one here, Ramog. Do you want to see the sort of nonsense that I wind up making out of these tools? I mean, it still has kind of the advertising look to it, but let me see if I can bring a set of them up. I kind of went nuts with them for a little bit. So there's some that I made basically by request. Yeah, I'm getting some good ones here. Yeah, so it seems like most of these I kept actually as images, or as like as links on a website. I didn't actually save them. I'll have a few, just not as many as I was originally planning on. The funny thing is, so one of the things I actually find kind of fun when working with these things is there's a little bit of a back and forth that I have with the technology to produce a certain look. So what I tend to find is there'll when I have a very specific idea of what the image should look like, I actually sometimes find it difficult to make the technology produce the image I have in my mind. But when I go for something a little more free form, that's actually where I wind up getting something a little bit closer to a vague notion I have in my head. And I guess it makes sense because the more specific of an image I have in my mind. But the thing that I find neat is that for these, I still haven't actually been able to force it to give exactly what I want, even though I think that it's a fairly, straightforward request to put in. So, for example, a convertible. Now, I don't see people doing these kinds of prompts very often, which is a shame because this is a perfectly good example. This is actually an example of something where I had a very specific idea in mind of what it should look like. And this wasn't what I had in mind, but I still kind of liked the way that it turned out. But yeah, I mean, it's, a convertible where it's got a human mouth at the convertible part. So the shape of the car is weird, but it still does what I want. And also, it doesn't have the glossy. I mean, it would be actually really interesting if you could get a really glossy photograph or something like that. But anyways, you don't really see people coming up with images like that. Then you can have huntsman spiders with smiles. It's a fairly easy prompt to make. I don't really see a lot of people asking for those. And because people react so violently to such images, I have another one of those, which I like even more. This little fella, right? I like pufferfish. So I've actually noticed that the tools that I'm using for these are actually starting to really restrict my spider prompts. But I was really happy with how this one turned out. I'm calling the police. There should be one more here somewhere. Oh, did I close? Sorry, I closed the... So the good news is this last one won't be another spider image. You'll probably still be mad about it, but, dogs. These are wholesome images, right? So, like, this sort of stuff I find very amusing. I actually really like the way that people react to these images. But this is the sort of stuff that I cannot imagine hiring someone to produce an image that looks like this. You weren't anti-AI before. But yeah, let's be honest here. Nobody's job is getting replaced by this sort of stuff. I'm just very happy that I'm able to get a computer to make them. Actually, one of the first examples I got of these, it was so the whole teeth thing. This is the first example. I was generating frogs, and I put in something that wound up giving this frog human teeth, and I was like, oh, this is absolutely horrifying, so I need to turn it into a cookbook. So, Friendsgiving. Celebrate the family you choose. I know somebody who works in food services who absolutely despises this image. Particularly, they hate the garlic mushroom. But yeah, like, the stuff I really like for these texts are like, just making these things that just plain look wrong is the easiest way that I can put it. Like, there's plenty of, give me a awesome looking picture of a dragon, and they have, again, the vibrant colors and the high dynamic range and like, you can do that too. So, like, this would be, I don't even think this is a bad example. I actually think this looks really good. Like, I like the detail on this, and this is kind of a running joke I've had with Outworld of every mech in BattleTech is the poor man's locust. So this is just to sort of seal the deal. Like, this looks like something you could get in Titanfall. I think this looks perfectly reasonable, right? But, you know, like, that's pretty ordinary. You know, making the stuff that people probably didn't think to ask for, and then when they see it, they wish they hadn't. That's probably a better example of the sort of thing I kind of like seeing out of out of these tools. I don't know. It's a me thing. Anyways, there was a bigger point. Yeah. So, in terms of the articles, so this is before there were like really good writing ones. So I kind of wanted to try and do the what if. So like I was giving some examples, like, okay, I kind of like playing with these, and there's other ones. Like I made a Byzantine style mosaic of Steve Jobs, which I thought was kind of neat. And again, it's just one of these things where like people don't, or Brutalist Petra was another one that I did. I noticed Copilot is not really good at generating those, but there were a couple of the earlier ones which actually had some interesting results for Brutalist Petra. Yeah, see, that's just like coming up with a prompt that makes people go, ooh, that's a neat idea. Like, that's half of the fun for me, frankly. You know, the result is sort of beside the point. But that's just a Montreal metro station. Fair enough. But the hypothesis, so one of the first ones that I wrote was sort of to ask this question, is like, okay, so it's like you can't draw, so this is why, you know, you're interested in this technology. What happens if there is a writing version of this that comes out? And my honest answer to that was, okay, so you're saying that there is this technology that creates a very samey kind of very samey kind of article that people can't seem to stop sharing, and it pushes me out of the market. Well, that already exists. It's called BuzzFeed, right? It's not like my blog has a very high readership. So we're perfectly capable of producing that on our own. And frankly, the idea that a machine is making something that I don't want to read as opposed to a person, like, maybe I shouldn't be so callous, but like this, I'm indifferent, right? I'm still annoyed about the kind of article. Right? I'm not any more likely to be a writer or like a paid writer for the sorts of things that I'm interested in writing about. But more important, like equally, I don't necessarily think the kind of writing that should be. So I don't think the kind of I think the kind of writing that maybe is overrated, I don't really see that it's like a big loss that this might be done by fewer people. I would generally prefer it if our just tastes didn't really like push us towards that, I guess. And again, like I said, maybe I'm being too callous on that. I mean, I don't want to see people like not make a living. I just sort of think like, I am no more entitled to a writing gig than anyone else. But I think at the very least for me, like I would say I'm doing my best with a given article, and I'm trying to say what I mean and put an original slant on it, which I don't think is always true on some of the things that I read. Certainly the stuff that gets wider readership. So anyways, I wound up writing, I kind of wrote that thing about, a month or so before the big writing ones kind of came out. So it would have been nice to have it there, because I actually think it would have aged rather well. But like I said, this is just the sort of stuff where it's like, I really don't want to deal with people's complaints from this particular article. So, where I was going with this, though, is that I've had a couple of articles like that. And I was talking with someone the other day about some of this. And the main point I was going to make, I'll just leave it for those articles. But I'm back to writing about it again, which is one of the reasons I was debating about maybe wrapping up a little early, but I won't now, because I've kind of already taken the time for talking. But I am actually back on it, specifically writing on it from a gaming perspective. And I'm hoping I have what people will find are a worthwhile perspective. If not, the one thing I don't want to do is just like bury that stuff again, because I definitely got an indication from that exchange that there are some people who are interested in reading it, and I should probably not penalize the people who are interested in it because I'm, worried that someone will make a bad faith criticism. Okay, Lena Molina, the one and only queen bitch of Dogtown, an aspiring BD star who would pounce at the first chance of making it big, and if someone stands in the way of her glory, she'll claw their face off. For now, her BDs are mainly circulating amongst truly desperate BD junkies of Dogtown, but everyone starts somewhere, right? After all, difficult starts only make for extra drama in one's biography. An abducted BD actress and a mysterious kidnapper. Via the rescue, your usual C-flick. Just watch out, because if even Hands doesn't want to boost the street cred from this one, it must be a real stinker. Braindance. As Braindance's popularity spread, public opinion divided into two camps, those who saw the new technology as a revelation and those who saw it as a threat. Some predicted Braindance would save humanity as we know it, bringing an end to unnecessary conflict and ushering us into a new utopian age of mutual understanding and respect. After all, the argument went, if you could look at yourself from your enemy's point of view, if you understand him deeply and vice versa, he ceases to be your enemy. Others, however, foresaw a wave of new addictions, deepening isolation and societal division, even a crisis of identity. In the end, the market proved both views right. Braindance became an everyday product, another form of entertainment, but also a new form of surveillance. In essence, Braindance is the transfer of the conscious experiences of the person who recorded or scrolled them to one who relives them. The raw material must first be processed or edited before it can be used. We've already read Dogtown, but let's do Relive It, Braindance Quarterly. Guest editorial. Braindance editors have long strived to strike a balance between real lived experience and technological experiential purity. The more heavily processed the material, the more abstracted the pathways, the clearer the Braindance recording. These fundamental elements of design have guided editors since the first wave of brain-to-brain experience sharing technology took hold. In their pursuit of balance, however, editors have clearly shown a bias for purity over naturalism over the years, even going so far as to use it as a point of pride in the quality of their production. But in the industry's latest push for greater purity, has the purpose of the technology already been forgotten? We will not find ourselves processing and filtering a Braindance recording to the point that the emotional experience no longer extends beyond what we receive from film, television, and video games. After reliving some of the latest titles on my feeder unit, this once academic question now feels all too inevitable with the industry's current trajectory. For the moment, let's consider why some reports suggest more and more users are searching for unlicensed titles on the black market, so-called black braindances, extreme braindances, or XBDs. Are we so sure it is illicit content they're after, or maybe the real draw is the residual grit we editors try so hard to remove? Distracting thoughts, irrelevant memories, loose associative threads, emotions stretching beyond the desired spectrum. What if this noise is not so superfluous as we believe it to be? What if these peripheral experiences hold the potential to elevate a good Braindance to an exquisite one? Do we do ourselves a disservice by not exploring these questions before our blind crusade for Braindance purity leads this industry straight into the bin of obsolete, flash-in-the-pan technology? J.A. Relive It, the quarterly magazine for Braindance editors, amateurs, and enthusiasts, volume 478, December 2076. I actually think this is a really interesting entry because there is a sort of... there's a parallel that you can draw, and I don't know if they're explicitly trying to draw this, but I've heard, actually, Takri, who sometimes stops by, has been sort of my big point of contact for this. She often makes the point that either she wishes or needs to be more productively bored. And I think it was Bertrand Russell who wrote about this, actually. There is a very reasonable argument to be made that some of the, problems, whether it's people feeling kind of exhausted, maybe it might be people feeling like they're not very creative. There's a few different kind of ways that this can manifest, but one of the challenges is we have lots and lots of ways of keeping ourselves occupied. And it doesn't even need to be with entertainment, although I think we've done a very good job of sort of entertaining ourselves almost to oblivion. So the entertainment example I can give is right now I'm playing Cyberpunk. If I want, maybe during my break, while I'm waiting for the kettle to boil, I can actually go and I can open up my phone, and I have a mobile game to play. I actually have Apple Arcade as part of my overall Apple package, so I have a pretty wide stream of games available to me that can be played on a fairly short time span. And then, of course, from there, I could go into the other room, and I actually now have a console. I have an Xbox. So I could go and move to another game. And all of a sudden, I've had all of this time occupied with the attention that I would put into gaming. Maybe I don't put it all into gaming. Maybe I go from there and I watch, I think HBO Max, or I guess it's called Max now. It has The Regime with Kate Winslet. That actually looks kind of interesting. I might want to check that out. Maybe I'll go watch an episode. And of course, you can never just watch one episode. Maybe you watch two. And then from there, maybe I'll play a game. And maybe from there, I'll, find another thing to entertain myself with. The idea of just sort of sitting down with your thoughts for a bit is a fairly rare one, just because entertainment is abundant, and it's really, really easy to access. But of course, there are people who actually on paper you would say are not necessarily they're not entertainment obsessed. If you have a certain type of work ethic, you can actually find yourself in a similar situation, and you in fact feel exhausted by the end of this. So you work your 7.5 hours, right? A half hour for lunch. And then maybe I take public transit. So and actually, this is why I am so tired during these streams, by the way. Very often what I will do is on the train. Oswin, lovely to see you. We've been chatting. I've been chatting with Thrallmonger a bit. It's funny. I'm actually going to take a second to shout out Oswin Meow, although I know it's a light audience here. Oswin was playing Pentiment yesterday, which I thoroughly enjoyed. But I want to give really special credit to Oswin, because there is a feeling which can be very, very tough for a broadcaster, and that is that nobody's interacting. And it turns out, while there were people inside her chat, this wasn't necessarily it wasn't apparent. Now, to me, I think this is one of the interesting places to be. Sorry, that sounds like it's a backhanded compliment, but it is actually, this will be a compliment. One of the reasons why I highlight this is that I think starting off as a streamer, it can feel very discouraging, but it's actually a really great place to be when you don't necessarily have a guaranteed audience on a given day, because that's kind of how you can learn to fill a silence. Arguably, I didn't do a good job of that today, I think, but that's, I'll leave that to other people's judgment. It gives you an opportunity to sort of find out what you're about. And in some cases, I do think that there is some value in that. So I thought what was interesting was that Oswin was interesting enough to have people in the chat and interacting with it. But more importantly, she showed that, she's not one of those broadcasters. And I don't want to name it. I have seen people who've actually thrown a tantrum on stream for not having people watching. It made me feel very bad for them, but not in the, oh, I wish they had an audience way. It's you really need to keep that to yourself, my friend. So I thought Oswin actually did a really good job of carrying a stream when it didn't seem like there was anybody to riff off of. And that is one of the reasons I feel very, very comfortable recommending her broadcast. Also, Pentiment looks really interesting, but I wanted to give a special mention there just because if you do take the time to interact with Oswin, you will find she's a very interesting person with a lot of neat perspectives on things. Sometimes you need to take a minute to sort of draw them out, but when you do, and I think a lot of you have been able to see this in this chat, Oswin does a really lovely job of sort of engaging with people, even when I might be occupied with the game. So now, Oswin Meow, I subjected Rawmonger to some of the generative AI creations. I don't know. I don't know if I should ask this of Oswin or if I should get Rawmonger to decide whether or not these are worth sharing. I actually found a couple of the other ones, so I've got some new ones to share. Oh God, flee. They're not that bad. So you get to see some of the previews for the main one that I really liked, but let me take a minute here to... where did this other one go? Oh, don't tell me I closed it. Oh dear. Just a minute. Oh God, I almost lost it. Okay. So I should probably do these in a specific order. So yeah, also one of my complaints about AIR, and I'll admit some of the ones that I've done are not super interesting, but one of my complaints about people doing generative AI is that just the prompts are very boring. And that's one of the reasons why I don't feel that like panicked by them. Like essentially, if all that people are doing is making stuff that looks like advertising, then like what exactly are we gaining or losing here, right? It's kind of already the status quo. I've been experimenting with it a little bit, and I find there's two interesting tensions. So like there's one where I have a really specific idea in my head of what it should look like, and I can't actually get it to produce the thing I'm looking for, although this is an example where it got kind of close. And then there's some other ones where I'm a little more vague on what it looks like, and then just sort of between, like in the over the iteration or iterative process, I wind up kind of getting something more specific that I am happy with. But the first example I'll give you is a simple convertible, right? And I think you can kind of get the idea of what the is beads on a string DNA. No, that is not boring, Oswin. So are these the prompts you're coming up with? So I think you can kind of see what the conception was. Make a convertible where the convertible part is a human mouth. And obviously this is not a car. Like even if you got rid of the mouth, the shape of this car does not make any sense. And like these people don't have faces. I think this is supposed to be a hand. Clearly that hand is not attached to anyone. This is a steering wheel and a lap, and it's not even a whole steering wheel. Like as an image, this is pretty poor, but I mean, I still think this is a fun idea. Then, there's my animal phase. So, a little huntsman like this is, cute. He's smiling. He's happy to see you. And this obviously provokes some specific responses. So, you know, then I sort of figure it's like, oh, okay. I mean, people like dogs, right? Like, you know, these are clearly what the fans want in terms of animal pics. I'll maybe keep away from the spiders. That's too far. So I actually did. You can the one that I started with, Rawmonger. This is actually the first one that I got, and then I wanted to see what it could do in terms of some different iterations. I still the fourth one was actually the first one that the fourth one that I'll show was actually the first one that I got, and it's still my favorite. But I can still do some other options in terms of, you know, when I asked it to sort of riff off of the idea. So we've got this darling little fellow here. And then another version. back to my human teeth. This one I actually kind of like how it turned out. This was something totally separate from the series, but it's after I sort of saw the human smile. But my favorite by far was how this one turned out. Yeah, there are no words. You can only experience it. But like, this is the thing, right? Like, I don't really see people generating images like that. Like, you know, the sort of stuff that I kind of imagine would be very difficult to commission even if you wanted to commission such things. And yet I feel like that's probably slightly more interesting than another version of like a high dynamic range dragon. Or at the very least, the dogs with the big politician grins. Anyways, you all can put down submit your complaints to the administrator. I'm very happy to see both of you. All right. Why be me? Confessions of a brain dance addict. Preface, do you want to be you? Seriously, take a moment and let that question sink in. Do you feel at home in your skin? Do you like your job, your friends, your family? When you look in the mirror, do you say to yourself, I'm the luckiest person alive, and then hop into the leather-upholstered backseat of your chauffeured Rayfield? If you answered yes to any of those questions, put down this book and stop wasting your valuable time. If you answered no to the above, I understand just how you feel. It used to be said at the turn of the century that the world belongs to the 1%. Today, 0.001% is closer to the truth, and your chances of joining this group are even less than that. In this reality, I mean, where you are you. In a brain dance, you can be anyone. A broker who manages a portfolio worth trillions. An elite soldier who blasts his enemies out of existence with a tech shotgun. A suave rocker boy whom the whole world lusts after. Now I ask you again, of the millions upon millions of people in this world, do you want to be you? The answer for me was always no, and so my story begins. Sergio Morales. So we are going to do the store. Now, what I thought was interesting for... I'll see if I can maybe get a little more... There we go. What I thought was interesting in that earlier point about the... Ow! Alright, well, I guess we're not going on this mission. Let's just see where the game takes me. This will be fun. I'll at least finish the idea. Oh, nope. So, the idea of sort of productive boredom is an interesting one. And, you know, again, like, we have so many options to not be bored, but there is actually some value. The example I was kind of going on was, you know, even if you are someone with a very good work ethic, you can still exhaust yourself because, you know, you work your 7.5 hours or potentially longer. and then you get on transit, and maybe you'll open up your phone, or maybe you can do some writing, you have a laptop, so you can get a little bit more work done there, or maybe you'll read the news, or maybe there's any number of like quote unquote important things that you can do. But what it means is that, assuming that you are doing work, you're actually focusing on this sort of stuff for hours on end. And again, there is some value in terms of the break. So I think that Relive It article is an interest. Like, I see sort of a parallel for myself in terms of this idea that, you wouldn't, it's as old as maybe some of the questions that people were originally asking about tragedy. I think this is as old as Aristotle's Poetics, right? Why would people go to the theater to feel bad? Why do people, watch movies that make them cry? Why do they go to dramas that are about negative things? And, often the answer that people come up with, and this is more or less what Aristotle says, is, it's so that you can have those feelings of pity and fear, and it's in a safe environment rather than having to suffer those in reality. And there's probably something to that. So this idea of Braindance getting sanitized, that it feels artificial because it is lacking those real emotions. Again, it's like the roller coaster, right? You don't actually feel in danger. You just sort of play at being in danger. And so as a result, that's entertaining for people. There is, to me at least, I think, an analogy that you can draw in terms of some of the idea that individually we would never say that we want to be bored, and yet probably that is one of the more valuable things to us now because it is so rare. We just have too many opportunities to fill the chance, or to fill the time.
Finger on the trigger, V.
How much longer you keep me here? I need to, get my fucking nails done. The studio will make you pay for
Lena Molina, she around?
I am Lena Molina, Queen Bitch of Dogtown. Listen, get me out of here and I'll let you take me out to dinner. Maybe.
Guess it's your lucky day.
Hey, sweet chicks, eyes up. Stare at my tits long enough. Bash this asshole in the head and take me home.
Put a sock in it, dumbass. Gonk in the Boots, my friend, and partner, Tool.
And here I thought we had a fucked up partnership.
Let's go upstairs before he gets too riled up. I'll explain everything.
Ain't looking good. Would look even worse if you can't explain why you're holding this poor Gonk against his will.
Jesus Christ.
I should be scrolling. You're tanking my sales, my popularity. Mark my words, assholes. My boys will find me. They'll bust me out of this shithole.
Tool's been a diehard fan of Lena since the beginning. Relives all her BDs. This being Dogtown, a few days ago we had a power surge. BD Wreath was pulling juice while Tool was, well, being Lena. BD got stuck in his head, sizzled his synapses. Ever since then, he thinks he's the real Lena Molina. Talks like her, acts like her, the whole works. Figuring as you're already a witness to this whole mess, might have a job for you.
Who's this Lena chick anyway?
She scrolls BDs. Gonzo content in sparkly packaging. Runs with a gang, fucks DJs, snorts designer drugs, and tears up the streets in tricked out rides while squirting lead out the window.
No doubt, Sitch is a little strange, but who am I to say? I ain't a ripper.
Said you're here. Willing to pay top eddies if you can help with a little something. It's about capitalizing on the present state of affairs. Catch my drift?
I don't, no.
Look, Store's barely staying afloat. Nobody's buying our squirrels and Hansons, bleeding us dry in rent. Yeah, heads, Nova. Catches your eye. But let's not kid ourselves. Folks in Dogtown ain't ample of the wallet.
You want to attract more customers, I get it. But where do I fit into all this?
Gotta stay and keep an eye on Tool. Make sure he doesn't off himself or break something. You go get Lena and bring her here for a BD shoot. We'll do a collab. Call it Doppelgangbanger.
Mm-hmm.
Lena gets content for an episode. Store's rep gets a boost from her fans. Win-win.
Not afraid Tool might stay this way forever?
Nah, he'll be fine. Sometimes peeps go a little wackadoodle post-virtue. Trust me, I've seen it all. More worried about those barkist pricks coming to collect. Cause right now, we're making as much as a joy toy with erectile dysfunction.
Lena's rich and famous. Probably gets offers like these all the time. What makes you think she won't just blow us off?
Ain't that simple. Markets herself like a star cause that's what sells. But in reality, she's still waiting for that big break.
Okay, I'll get Lena down here. Just need her address.
Sent. If we scroll something preem, I'll throw in a little extra.
Sounds like a bulletproof plan. What could go wrong? Who's this Lena chick anyway?
She scrolls BDs.
Yeah, I've heard that already.
Sparkly packaging.
Ought to help
Under the
this
gang,
poor gawk,
fucks DJ,
not scrolling
snorts
like
designer
some zoo
drugs,
animal.
and tears up the streets
What
and
would you
tricked out
do?
brides while sporting lead out the window.
Talk to a ripper, or someone who knows a thing or two about virtues.
Oh, interesting. I actually like this idea of talking to Victor and Judy. It's getting a little laggy again. We'll see what it's like when I get to Night City proper. What's my other phone option? Oh, cool. You ever hear of a situation where a BD user gets stuck believing that they're still the other person even after taking off the wreath? New Chuma mine had an accident recently. Local net power surge overloaded his wreath and toasted his circuits. Guy's been living his life thinking that he's a BD star ever since. Like a magnet to the weirdest shit in the city, aren't you? Well, I ain't no psychiatrist, but this is ringing a bell from back when I was still cutting my teeth as a fledgling ripper. In those days, it was known in the field as induced identity. I remember it got some buzz in the 50s too, some kind of issue with the wreaths of the time. A number of those patients still haven't recovered. Cases have been common enough to be decently well documented. As far as treatment, psychotherapies had some success, pharmaceuticals not as much. The key is inducing cognitive dissonance with the patient. By exposing them to something personal from their true reality, you undermine the adopted one, or so the theory goes. It's worth keeping in mind, though, that patients in such an unstable state exhibit high mental plasticity, making them susceptible to suggestion and manipulation. So watch your words. They're likely to take anything you say at face value, potentially further reinforcing their adopted identity. Hey, you ever hear of a case where someone disconnects their wreath and gets stuck believing they're the person they were living in the BD? Why, you ask? What happened? New Chuma mine had an accident recently. The local net power surge overloaded his wreath and toasted the circuits. Guy's been living his life thinking he's this BD star ever since. Sure, yeah, not unheard of. Could be a compulsive user, maybe a massive hardware failure. In my line of work, we like to call it dissociative identity defective dance onset, or DIDO for short. If the condition doesn't sort itself out, you need to use what we call the divided attention method. You show them one thing that's uniquely personal and another that represents the personality they've taken on. The resulting cognitive dissonance should snap them out of it. Fingers crossed. Okay. Lena comes off as a basic bitch in her BDs, but apparently in real space she's smarter than she looks, and she negotiates like an old-time fixer. Still, everyone knows her weak spot is Eddie's and breaking into the BD big leagues. Try using that to get your foot in the door. Okay, before I go to Lena, I'm going to see if I can find something for Tool.
Not afraid Tool might stay this way forever?
Nah, he'll be fine. Sometimes peeps go a little wackadoodle post-virtue. Trust me, I've seen it all. More worried about those Barkus...
Braindance selection, Smasher Pass, the Atom Smasher Adventure, Clock O'Clock 6, Return of the Worst First, Roublemaker Bazooka Fest, Fun with Lena, Downtown Disco Dancing, Night of the Knuckle Dusters, Inking My Ass, Northside Nunnery Noir, Uncle Prepper's Post-Apocalypse Party, Bottlelicious Babes in the Bimbo Mobile, Through the Lens of a Bottle, Gopnik's Tale, Trauma Dream, Lenaverse Odyssey, Candy Shop Extravaganza, Copperoni, the Pizza Cop.
Pricks coming to collect. Cause right now, we're making as much as a joy toy with erectile dysfunction.
This Tool's private collection?
Nah, just scrolls Tool was supposed to do maintenance on. Sure, don't mind me.
Contents, don't forget it, scribble down in a hurry. Lena Molina, looking for raw gonzo experiences. Lena Molina is not just the queen bitch of Dogtown, but a brain dances too. The rules are simple. Fire up a scroll and immerse yourself in Lena's crazy world until smoke starts coming out of your ears. Every frame comes packed with sex and action pumped up to the max in the latest, with the latest designer brain-melting drugs. Already a fan? Can't live without Lena? Then head to the store to check out the Primus merch or drop a review for all the lead heads that can't keep up with the times. In the mood? Then get comfy on that couch and stuff your hand down where it belongs, because it'll be a show to remember. Poster, Skull Basher, doll, bottle, swag bag, brain dance, and bathwater. Boozin' and Cruisin' episode 12. Straight up, no holds bar, to the point. That's what I love about Lena's social commentary. Like when they hit that road sign and Lena sprayed piss all over the speed limit. A middle finger aimed directly at the regulatory powers that be. The apotheosis of freedom, post-neoliberal expression. Congrats on being able to pull an interpretation from your ass. Seriously, go back and watch Lena's earliest scrolls, especially the Badlands series. Taken in a broader context, it's clear that Lena's a syndico accelerationist, and stunts like public urination is a statement against the anachronism of the body in our cyborg-obsessed culture. What's new? Rest and relaxation. Finally, after a week of scrolling, it was time to relax. Hot water bubbles and a whole evening with Robespierre's beats in my headphones. Know what that means? Yes, brand new edition of Liquid Relaxation is coming to the store. Come and join me in the tub, you adorable little perverts. Motherfucking drive in the Thornton. To the motherfucker who ran me off the road, I hope you have good insurance. He drives a black Thornton with LA plates, VX66 something. Boys, if you truly love me, nail this asshole for me, will ya? Lena at the Moth. What's up, you beady freaks? Want to see Lena in the flesh? You'll have a chance tomorrow at the Moth. We'll snap a few selfies, sign some posters, tits, and everything else. Who knows? Maybe I'll even let myself get touched. Finances, booth rental 800, BD rentals 2200, service fees 1230, lease 1500, bribe for the middleman 500, security 600, scavs 400, spare parts 660, electricity 425, scrolling 620. Notes from Emergency Brainstorm. When you need help, there's no such thing as gonk ideas. Rent out the Brainporium as a wedding venue, set up a pierogi stand. Kane wants to trade a food processor for Sweet Dreams Wreath. Regulars sometimes stay up here 2 days, they need to eat something. Ensure the equipment and set the building on fire. Stop paying our suppliers. When they catch on, change suppliers. Power the generator with cooking oil. Tell Hanson to fuck off. Oh, gonk idea, but the only one. Order 2234. Congratulations, your full-on Lena XXL set is on the way. Soon you'll be able to feel like a star even after you've taken off your wreath. Why await delivery? Why not check out the latest brain dances? 50% off every third virtue. The Lena merch team. Order 2234. Full Lena XXL costume. Nylon Aramid. Congratulations, your full Lena XSL set is on the way. Soon you'll be able to feel like a star even after you've taken off your wreath. While you wait delivery, why not check out the latest brain dances? 30% off of every third virtue. To do, Shank, Edgar Toole. Threw some rip reels in the box. Take a look at them when you get a minute. The projector's acting up, won't play them, and we got customers asking for the classics, especially Arachnophobia Unleashed, so start there. Been getting some fan mail coming your way every now and again. From now on, if you want me to pick them up for you, leave me some cash. As of today, you owe me 50 eds. Them lowlife must have clept my spare key card for the booze downstairs. I searched the whole damn place, but found a whole lot of nothing. Last time I remember having it was that morning I was sweeping by the door, took a cig out of my pocket for a smoke. It was definitely in there then. Anyway, keep an eye out. Gotta make sure no wise ass tries to slip into one without paying. Scratch to Lieutenant Garby. Shank, my man, you gonna make me go over there in person? My soldiers are good boys, but it seems like they've lost their bite. I heard you try to sell them some bullshit investment opportunities. That dump of yours hasn't been renovated since Carter was screwing secretaries in the Oval Office. From now on, I'm adding 10% interest for every day you're short. I think this is all the same.
Will you finally let me out? Or did you just come here to jerk off?
Don't got the key.
Oh, then fucking find it.
Huh. Interesting.
Dear Lena, I've been following you ever since the beginning when you were making those crazy amateur BDs with those bikers from the Badlands. I'm going through a difficult time right now. Life kicked me pretty hard in the ass. I can only catch a break when I'm being you. Thanks for the preem content. I know you're putting your body and soul into these BDs. Your biggest fan, Edgar Toole. Cute. Started to wish I hadn't burned all my fan mail.
Handwritten. Heartfelt, too. Must have been important, getting this to her.
Reeks of desperation and cheap cologne. I will see if I can read that full... Oh, where is it? Toole's letter. Dear Lena, I've been following you ever since the beginning when you were making those crazy amateur BDs with those bikers from the Badlands. I know you... I've been going... Yeah, it's the exact same that Johnny read. It looks like there was one that I didn't read.
You for real, Edgar? This really necessary?
Who the fuck is Edgar? Are you scared?
Needs a stronger kick to shake sense into him. We'll come back to this.
I'm kind of happy that they gave me the option of talking to Victor and Judy through the phone. I would have gone like I would have gone to their place using my vehicle if I had to, but it's nice that I didn't have to. I think we can make a little detour for some goodies. Although I am going to try a reset one more time. I probably don't have that much time left for the stream. Unless you'd like me to go particularly late. I am happy to have people here. But I figure the least I can do is try and let the game have a slightly better frame rate. It's going to take a second for the game to sync on GOG, so I'm just going to put the kettle on again. I'm not going to like wait for the kettle to boil, but I figure I can at least get set up for some more tea while the game syncs. So I'll be back in just a minute, or however long it takes the sync to happen. Okay, so no promises for the frame rate, but I figure we can give it one last shot before committing too hard. And because I'll be in a firefight, I figure if I can get a little more consistency, that would be best. Yeah, like marginally better.
Come out. Just want to talk.
Yeah, that was probably not very smart. Kettle's boiling, so back in a sec. It was not bad, Oswin. I'm still feeling quite sleepy. Again, it's a change of pace. The job I had previously, I think it would be fair to say I was decent at it, but it didn't necessarily challenge me. Whereas this one, I think it would be fair to say that it does. But that does mean that sort of every day, on top of the fact that I do have a full day, so I sometimes struggle to make sure I get enough sleep. But on top of that, like it's a full proper day of work. There's not a lot of room for sort of slacking. But I'm happy to be there. Like I think overall I'm in a good spot. It's just there's kind of a cost to. Somebody can see me, I'm just not sure who. Okay, somebody's seen the body for sure. Crumbs. I wish I could have tagged that guy again.
Search everything!
I want 3 paragraphs of text in a week. Client was amazed you delivered on Wednesday. I don't really know what to think about this. I mean, I guess it depends on what you're writing. If it's fairly generic, then that might be a surprise. But I figure every paragraph isn't made equally. But good for you for over delivering. So we should be able to. Oh, we're a little short on system collapse. Actually, I should try that on the skull. Okay, so that one's 37 on the collapse. Never mind then. So I'm gonna see what that guy does if he turns around.
Come out. Just want to talk.
So I'm not at all worried by the fact that they're seeing bodies. If anything, it's making them move in ways that makes them a little easier to take out. What I do need to be careful about, though, is if they suddenly turn around.
Maybe it was nothing. Come out.
Oh, I gotta get out of there. Nuts! Okay, so... yeah. Ouch. I didn't quite catch him sneak up on me like that. Your samples exploded in the equipment, so I was using mine so swell. I'm sorry, when I just caught that. That doesn't sound good. Does it at least mean you get to take a break? I am sorry, I'm going to be starting that over again, but... oh. I'm not quite sure why it saved me here, but I'm not going to turn it down. It sets you back a month. I am very sorry to hear that then.
Come on, let's play a game.
I should probably be looting the bodies at this point too. Oh, that's someone I didn't tag. I do not need to system collapse that guy. I was gonna do it after the fight, but it's just as easy for me to do it now. Especially given that I have a propensity to blow it even with the simplest of missions. Gonna see if I can get a little more responsiveness by doing the map trick. Yeah, that worked. Sort of. So they're likely to turn around here. Mind you, I've got this for cover, so... oop, no I don't. Alright. Okay, I guess I don't get to take him out. Here's the answer. We turn them on friendly mode. I think this is like the setup that Royce had. That counts as a body, apparently. Apparently... Oh, here we go. Archive conversation. Leilani Potts and Richard Spiritu. Leilani Potts, something just rammed right into the fucking ground. They pack away too much in those airdrops. What's Hansen need with all this junk anyway? Better just unpack it, see if the gun still works. What if it doesn't? Another AV comes to pick it up, give us our money back? Just check it. Sure, where's the power? Should have its own source. Just turn the thing on. Okie dokie. Oh, here we go. Unassembled turret parts. Turret assembled in a hurry, missing some parts. Oh, that's why that thing wasn't working. Okay. Doesn't really matter because we are on our way to Lena's place. This, by the way, is how you always meet your favorite streamer. You watch all of their content, and then you go and meet them at their place, and they will be completely happy to see you. Particularly kinds that sell the bathwater.
Heads up. Better get rid of them before they steal our little star.
I want to try talking to him first. Could be tunes of Lena's.
Want your chrome ripped out of you? No? Then fuck off!
Nice digs. Who lives here?
Fuck you, care. Turn around and keep walking, chum.
It's funny. Placed a bet on the body count lottery, and guess what? Only 4 bodies away from my lucky number.
Why did I think that would work? Night, how you doing? Now I don't get to go to sleep. Thank you very much for the host. How are you doing? And were you doing something with its day? Yes, there is it is D-Pain. What were you guys doing tonight? Rolling with the scavs. Script V02 final. Scene 3, shithole, D-Town. Bliat! Some scumbags broke into our turf. Gotcha. Hansen's dogs? Fucking Gopniks. What's on move, Lena? Lena takes a grenade launcher from the truck. Fuck him up. Oleg, give me a hit. Oleg raises an inhaler filled with black lace up to Lena's mouth. Lena firing grenades at a corrugated sheet door to the abandoned unit. Knock, knock, motherfuckers! Your guests have arrived! Which, by the way, should be your raid message. It is D-Pain at night. It is D-Pain in particular is just a really foul-mouthed streamer. Sort of person you really do not want your parents to know that you watch. But you were target practice for the enemies in hell. I thought you were target practice for each other in those games. So we have got It Is D-Pain, who does a little bit of everything. I've actually, most of the time that I have seen him on Twitch has actually usually been cooking streams lately. I don't think I've seen Helldivers. Or is it cooking? You still do cooking streams, right? I feel like the last thing I watched you do was cooking. Anyways, I know It Is D-Pain actually off stream too through his Pointless Discourse broadcast with Apocalypse. And I feel that I need to. It's true. There's many of homes I'm not allowed to use sailor's vocabulary. Now I'm actually doubting myself whether you still do cooking. Sundays are for okay, good. Because I was like, I didn't think it was that long ago, but I was like, oh man, did I just do the whole thing where you haven't done something for like months and I'm pretending that I was watching? I feel slightly better about that now. But no, It Is D-Pain is a lot of fun to hang out with. But like I said, he actually hosts a fairly long-standing podcast now, Pointless Discourse, where they've kindly invited me for a couple of times. I don't know if I'm assuming the Santa Jaws episode came out. I don't know what the reception was. Probably, could you please not bring that really talkative guy on again? But I've had the opportunity to chat science fiction, not just with D-Pain, but guests as well. And on top of that, I actually tend to see, I'm going to guess here that Night 97 is actually just D-Pain in disguise, because have you ever seen them in the same room together? I actually have not seen, I don't think I've seen the two of you on a stream together, but I always see you when you both very kindly raid me. Oh, excellent. I'm glad to hear that is D-Pain. I don't know if you know, I've got a new job recently and I have been working very hard at it. I really like it, but it's one where I've definitely been feeling the kind of the consequences, the tiredness and the just the general fatigue. I have like an hour commute, so. Oh, actually, you know what? We can make this kind of like this'll be like D-Pain never finished this game. I didn't know D-Pain ever played Cyberpunk. What did you think of it? For some reason, I was thinking Knight was a Cyberpunk fan, but okay. So here's what we're gonna do. I don't know how many of you have seen the movie The Ring, but some of you have seen some of the AI generated art that I have been subjecting people to. And so for those of you that have had to experience it, should we subject Knight and D-Pain and everyone else to these monstrosities? Or will you have mercy and not subject them to this? This is your chance. If you catch a cold, do you want to spread that around the office, or do you want to keep that to yourself? Yes, if you had to suffer, they must as well. All right. So, first of all, thank you very much again for everybody who's hanging out with us after D-Pain and Knight signed up. This is going to be a very big change of pace, and if you are already thinking, God, does this guy ever play games? I'm not, no, I don't. I just subject people to this kind of nonsense. And in fact, I'm going to make this a little easier for me. So I'm just going to have a bit of setup. Because there's a subset. But this game definitely inspires a number of different things to talk about. And one of those was AI generated art. My general feeling is that I'm not that worried about AI generated art. I am, however, very disappointed with the prompts that people come up with. I just don't think they're very imaginative. And for me, half of the fun is actually coming up with the prompts. So like, you know, I very rarely. Okay, sounds good, Rawmonger, you coward. No, Rawmonger's actually had to deal with this on a couple of occasions. So at this point, I don't blame them. But yeah, like, you know, I think one of the first ones I ever did was like Brutalist Petra, right? I think that's a clever prompt idea. I don't even really care what the end result is. I just like the idea that I can search for something like that. The first example I like to give is one where I actually had a really clear idea of what this image should look like, and the program never really created it, but it gives you an idea. So, you know, convertible, that's a human mouth. You know, it's fun. It's something to do. But more importantly, I just think this is the sort of thing that people aren't generating. And actually, I generally tend to find that human mouths, and particularly human teeth, really make some of the generated art work well. So like this cute little fellow, a huntsman, you know, he's happy to see you. It's cute, right? It's little beady eyes and big hairy legs. 2 steering wheels in that automobile. Is there 2 steering wheels? I count 1, but it's like half a steering wheel. Yeah, anyways. This little fella's happy to see you. But I also just kind of learned, like, some people have issues with spiders on the internet, I've learned. So to offset it, I figured I would do sort of fluffy, fluffy companions, like dogs. And anyways, this is around the point that people tap out and say, no, what you have done offends God and man. So I'll take a minute to prepare the next batch. So the thing I like about this series is that this is an example where the first one I did, actually I was really happy with. But I wanted to see some of the other things that it would come up with. So I'm actually going to show you these in reverse, because I actually think the secondary ones aren't as interesting as the main one. So, you know, there's this. I like pufferfish. I think they're cute. But we can move along and get this little fellow, and we get to add the human smile as well. This is just adorable. In fact, what you can imagine too, because there isn't that much of a scale. I realize there's a spider here, but obviously the spiders we've been looking at can be of any size. You can almost imagine that this thing actually lives in your bloodstream. Oswin has observed this through a microscope. And this is part of the research that they do in that secret lab, whose location I will not mention. I will have to... Actually, this is the one thing I wanted to say. For those of you who actually would like to have an ordinary streamer who's a lot of fun to watch, Oswin Meow has been doing Pentiment. And I just watched her finish Disco Elysium. So I highly recommend this broadcaster if you have any good taste in streams. Oh, CGI Underwater Talk Show host? You mean like this fellow? I mean, this is coming to Pixar, really. This is the next Disney film. But yeah, all of these are just sort of these are efforts to just sort of iterate off of the first image, which I was very happy with, and that was this one. So no human teeth, but other than that, I thought this one was a pretty solid effort. I really had no notes. I was just kind of curious where else it would take it. So anyways, I'm sad that I don't see more prompts like this on Twitter. But this is, you know, late at night when I'm left with my thoughts. These are the things I generate. These are actually a kind of a special one. They don't exist in the bloodstream, but what happens if you don't change your bed sheets, you know, an appropriate number of times? These can sort of be attracted by all of sort of the dust and the, you know, kind of the dead skin and all of that. And essentially what happens with a sufficient buildup, they kind of stick themselves in the ear. And they just sort of live there until they hatch their young, which is what you see in this image right now. Usually happens in your sleep until the hatching happens, in which case it is actually quite painful, and you will feel sort of the crawling as these things kind of come out. So in any case, just a reminder that you might want to clean your sheets. I want to see. I'm actually going to take a look at the metrics for the stream on this to see how many people we lost off of these images. But anyways, I hope you all enjoyed that trip down imagination lane. It's more imaginative than rolling with the scavs. Think we need more? I'm just gonna try the map trick again. By the way, for those of you who are mildly arachnophobic, you definitely shouldn't have seen this stuff before there. There's just a warning for you. Don't look at what was on there a few moments ago. I swear this will get back to normal any minute now. I will reset if I have to. Oh, there we go. Yeah, we do things in the original. We do things our own way here.
Ought to get rid of these bodies. Don't think Lena will be thrilled to see half her crew wiped out.
This is actually a fun. This is a fun addition. Like, the reason I stopped playing this game is that you have a real hard time with open world games except Fallout. Oh, that's really interesting, D-Pain. I mean, I've said this a couple of times before. I feel like I would not have liked this game as much as I do if I had not played through the Elder Scrolls series and like finally got into it. Yeah, I'm actually having a really good time with it. Anything else to add, Johnny?
Not here. Guess we wait.
Shit, there's Lena. Pretend you're someone important. Lay some, studio cool on her.
Don't need acting pointers from you, Johnny.
Let me guess. Another stalker. How long have you been waiting here, hmm? All night? Want me to sign your pecs? Where's my crew? We're supposed to shoot and they're not fucking here. Amateurs. Anyway, you want an autograph or something?
I'm a talent scout for BD Syndicate, and boy, do I have the perfect role for you. We're piloting a new BD show, and if it takes off and you've got good chemistry with the co-star, we'll dive straight into full production.
Whoa, slow down, guy. I might be easy, but I'm not cheap. And I always charge in advance.
We don't do advances. Sorry, studio policy.
No advance, no deal.
It's for good reason. Talent that signs with us gets 20% of the total revenue in sales. What's not to like?
I don't buy it. You people always find a way to fuck me over. What if it doesn't sell? I'll have 20% of nothing.
Look, our analysts back at HQ crunch the data. Our psychological models tell us that higher income precarity equals higher talent performance equals higher sales revenues. It's simple science.
I guess when I think about it, 20% makes me kind of wet.
I take it we've got a deal.
We do. Did you bring me my script?
Won't be needing one. It's all improvised. Sending you the address. I'll meet you there tonight. The producer, Shank, he'll be waiting for you on location.
Got to get ready, do my makeup, nails. Thanks, sweetie. Ciao.
That easy, huh? I'm kind of curious to see where this goes. Okay. Lena's on her way to the Brainporium. Get tool prepped. Shit, not bad. I'll let you know when she's here. I want you here for the scrolling too. Oh, fair enough. Okay, so we have other stuff to do then. Not my problem. Okay. So let's see what Bree Whitney's address, 18 Skyline West, 5th floor, last door on the right. Cards in a safe box under a bamboo plant. Write to me, please, once you have it. You got it. Okay, so rather than sit around and wait, let's find something else to do with the day. Ooh, got a car I can steal. Didn't quite go according to plan, but it still turned out.
All good, all good. Let's go, go, go. Check the courts.
So if I get a chance, I'll try and buy a car off of Mumar's dealership after this one. But I don't want to. I don't want to like go out of my way for it. The more I wait, the bigger the discount. So I'm not too upset if it doesn't turn out. So DPN, I am slightly curious if you did try this. I can't remember. I think I might have asked you this before, but what character did you go with in terms of the three origins: Street King, Nomad, or Corpo?
One more thing. Hear that? Clock's a ticking. Time waits for no chew.
Okay, 5 minutes for 3 kilometers isn't too bad.
Little note. Try not to ding the ride.
Oh sure, now you say. Did Street Kid, but I think if you try again, you want to try give Nomad a shot. Will nobody think of the Corpos? The poor unsung heroes of the Cyberpunk world. Ooh. That's interesting. I actually thought the Street Kid probably had one of the more interesting introductions to Jackie. I don't know about the dialogue options that you get. Like, I like some of the Corpo options, but I think that's ultimately because it gives you a glimpse on a world that you often don't get to see in Cyberpunk games. Like, normally if you have a connection with a corporation, it's because someone is hiring you. Whereas if you have the Corpo backstory, you get to kind of talk that way. So, you know, you get to claim 20% for the BD deal, for instance. I probably messed this up, didn't I? Might still be able to make it. It's only half a kilometer. I imagine probably you get more in terms of your connections with like Padre as the Street Kid, but I didn't go that far in the story. I figured like I did have a private session that I was running where I was playing Street Kid, and essentially what I would do is I would play the game up to the points that I'd played on stream. But the catch for that was once the new patch came out, the recommendation was that you start with a fresh oh, come on. You start with a fresh character, so I pretty much erased any progress that I had. I'm happy I did it. I mean, I'm enjoying this for sure, but it basically just means I've spent a lot of time in Cyberpunk, but I still haven't actually gotten to the end yet. I have some ideas of where it might be going, but nothing concrete.
Check the drop point, your reward. Just don't spend it all on XPDs and glitter.
Okay, I'm gonna see if I can find a spot to sell some. Looks like there isn't. Okay, I will head to the road then, and I guess we will. I'm not gonna go to the Moth. I figure we might as well go to Bree's apartment in Night City, as instructed. There are, I do actually like the way that they do so there's two parts to the hacking in this game that I like. So one, I like the hacking mini game. It's got some content to it. It's not trivial, but you also don't spend the entire, play session messing with it too. Like it has this nice little ratio in terms of time spent to difficulty. Difficulty may not be the word I'm looking for, but it's the best that I can manage on short notice. Maniac. But I do also like the real-time elements of hacking, and I feel like I've gotten a little bit better at incorporating them into the fights. But I do, and this might just be a tabletop convention, this might be a feature of the Cyberpunk tabletop game, but one of the complaints I've heard about sort of net running in Cyberpunk, or in Cyberpunk setting games, cyberpunk themed games, so this would include Shadowrun as well, is that essentially runners, deckers, whatever term you want to use, they sort of have this get out of jail free card that if things go sideways, they can always just unplug and they're safe. And there's the idea of black ice and stuff like that, but in general, the complaint that I've heard from people is that they are much safer than the team, and they kind of always have the sorry.
Attention, we got disturbance in Haywood. Kids causing trouble again? Okay, on our way.
I could probably turn this into a big fight, but
89.3.
Hey, B. Trim your wheels, huh? Flipping you the delivery address now. Hey, you!
I hope he doesn't want it intact, because I'm currently getting chased down. So I can see the complaint. I imagine that sometimes this is maybe a fault of the storyteller or dungeon master or whatever. And 2 minutes for 1.5 kilometers. Maniacs. But one of the things that I think works for Cyberpunk here is that you really don't get the option of remote access. And I mean, even Bug in the opening heist, the one where you get the relic, she doesn't survive that. Although, again, that's more plot-driven. But again, in terms of your own hacking, this idea of there being a dedicated hacker character, that really isn't present in this game. Instead, what you do is you'll use your, assuming you want to, you use your hacking abilities to gain sort of a tactical edge in the fight, as opposed to sort of just wiping everyone out remotely. If you want to wipe people out remotely, essentially what you need to do is you at least need to be present to hack the cameras, which I think is kind of a neat touch. Sorry, gonna take a minute here and try the map refresh option. Any minute now. There we go. So one thing I've noticed that happens, because once the performance starts to drag, what I do is hey, no problem, Oswald. I'm actually probably going to wrap up somewhat soon, I think. But thank you very much for hanging out. And again, especially given that probably the first 2.5 hours of the stream was sort of like me on my own. I wanted to take a minute and just say I thought you did a really nice job on Pentiment yesterday, particularly given the fact that you weren't aware that people were watching. And that is not something that everyone does well. So I'm not going to be too repetitive about it, but I did want to take a minute and say thank you for streaming that. But second of all, I actually think you did quite well, and I think you did well in a way that you may not recognize. So I thought it was worth taking a minute to say individually. You always looked at the hacking abilities like support spells in a magic world. I guess that's a way you can look at it. I mean, I always think of that as like I do that analogy in like mech games with heat, that like heat winds up being your mana. But I can see the analogy. Bree Whitney, a media for whom until recently writing for Scream Sheets was her bread and butter, but Bree always wanted something more from life. She finally stumbled on a serious story, and although it got red hot, she decided not to let it go. Now she's rummaging through corp closets for skeletons, a lucrative commodity in Night City that could either earn you stacks or, more commonly, a bullet in the head. Bree is paranoid and stressed, but that's hardly surprising given the circumstances. She knows what she wants and intends to achieve it regardless of the price. She's selective and careful with her words, saving them instead for her articles. But yeah, I don't know. I like the idea of a character that is capable of hacking. Oh yeah, sorry, I was going to talk about the performance stuff, but capable of hacking, but largely gets it through like in real time. Although if you do want to do the more remote hacking, you can, but then you actually need to put in the effort of being able to navigate the camera network. And I think there's something interesting in that, because that is probably a little bit closer to how you might imagine hacking would work, right? You have to sort of navigate through systems to be able to get to the place that will do the thing that you want. Anyway, so one thing I did find that was kind of interesting, when I do that map trick, it seems that when you go to the map in this game, and a couple of the other ones, and you have your performance, or like task manager up to measure the performance, what I found, oh, wrong, well, you know what, we'll manage. It seems that the game switches from sort of a GPU heavy load, which, I mean, I think that makes sense, right? That the GPU would be the one doing most of the work in this part of the game. But it actually switches to the CPU, which interests me. So like for this, I'll be anywhere between like 70 to 80% on the GPU, and then it kind of falls down to about 20 when I'm on the map. So. I don't even want to ask. Oops. With your merc butt, Lena and Tool are already laying into each other. Need you to set them straight, because right now it's a shouting match, not content. Okay, actually, you know what? I haven't started that. I haven't actually started this mission yet, so.
No manners.
I really do like being able to see the city as I drive. Again, this is not the angle that I would normally pick because I tend to crash into stuff more often than not, but sometimes it's just nice to see different parts of the city moving around and coming towards you. First person's so hard. Hey, peeps keep asking when they see your ass in the ring again, so I set up another fight. Pacifica this time. Huge buzz, huge cash. I hope I can count on you. Yeah, we're not doing that again. I'll confess, with the new patch, there's a few things I could do without. So one, the fact that it defaults to playing the radio all the time, and the fact that the button to turn the radio on and off is the same as the read the item you just picked up button. I think I get why they're in there. I suspect that that is probably meeting a demand from the players. I just kind of wish that the game was not set up in such a way that there are duplicate... Like, the other thing, too, there's apparently something that I can use by pressing E. I don't know what it is.
Even copied my shoes. Have you no shame, bitch? I won't let this go. These looks are copyright protected, okay? You will be paying me for the rest of your life.
Your looks, Fatso? Yours?
Bags, shoes, glasses, all custom made. Lena Melina is a registered trademark. You fucking copycat bitch.
Okay, like, this is fucking weird. How am I even supposed to act?
All right, people. Director on set. Someone's got to take the reins.
So great to have you back.
Sending you your lines. Just read them out loud.
Okay. Got them. Dear Lena, I've been following you ever since the beginning when you were making those crazy amateur BDs with those bikers from the Badlands. I'm going through a difficult time right now. Life kicked me pretty hard in the ass. I can only get a break when I'm being you. Thanks for the Preem content. I know you're putting your body and soul into these BDs. Your biggest fan, Edgar Toole.
Whoa! You look just like Lena Molina.
I am Lena Malina.
Listen, I know life is hard, and you do stuff to try and escape, like pretending to be someone else. But at some point, you have to accept who you really are. We all do.
Am I being punked?
Formulaic conventional narratives are so last gen. This is art, okay? A study of the labyrinth of the human soul.
With a bunch of amateurs. I'm out of here.
Shank, don't sell her any more BDs.
Thanks for the help. Settle your fee in a sec.
What the? Shank! What the fuck am I wearing?
Hey, Tool. Glad you're back.
Back?
Huh?
Fuck do you mean back?
Tell you all about it later, okay? No need to drag our, customers into this.
Hello, Digi-Inferno.
Can't believe I'm saying this, but sometimes you actually manage to do shit right.
Gee, thanks.
See why I heard your doubts. Client wasn't Lena Molina, but the co-owner of Brain Emporium, Edgar Toole. Guy had a freak BD Wreath accident, thought he was a BD star. Thankfully managed to convince him otherwise. I see. Would you like a pat on the back? A 21-gun salute? Well, you can have my mildest congratulations. Now kindly return to work. Alright, I probably should wrap up somewhat soon, but I see a car to steal, so far be it from me to...
How long you been on this, man? Tell me this.
You crazy or what?
I am crazy. Crazy like a fox!
Не надо! Я не хочу! Take the side!
This is considerably more difficult with lag.
Real beauty, isn't she? Grab the cords to my drop spot and fly.
This actually might be a chance for me to take care of the journalist job too. Nobody's chasing me down yet. Oops.
Saw that coming a mile away. Motherfuckers won't let you go easy.
So, normally ignoring them doesn't really work, but I also know engaging with them tends to make me crash into a wall. Not quite how this was supposed to go, but you know what? I'll take it. It's just another way of achieving evasive maneuvers. Oh, come on. Kilometer and a half, I think we can manage. It'll be a bit tight, but there does seem to be a lot of traffic, though. Ah. So traffic doesn't normally help me shake them, but the hard turn left might. Might be able to give him a slip. I only have half a minute. In fact, if I lose this mission, it's going to be... Okay, nope. I think I'm gonna miss the deadline, but... Oh, just made it.
You, I picked the right merc for the gig. My man will take care of the rest. Little token of my appreciation's waiting for you in the drop locker.
It's always annoying when you're like 1 second away from the deadline. You have to be up early tomorrow. You should waddle out. Toodles. Thank you very much for the raid. It is D-Pain. You're definitely the reason why I've gone an extra hour. I'll probably be wrapping up pretty soon myself. But I do appreciate you and Knight coming in for the raid. Okay, so we've already got the final fight on the way. So there's two options that I have, and I think I'm going to handle those on next week's broadcast. So we can do shot by both sides to Bree's apartment. That's actually quite close. In fact, what I'll do while we debrief, I'll just sort of walk towards the location. So I think we'll do that just because it's close and I can I can get done. I think I can get it done pretty simply. What I'll also probably do is wait overnight for the Barghast quest, because we'll likely be waiting for Solomon Reed as well. And then after all of that, I'm thinking sorry, I'm gonna scrap some of these. Probably shouldn't have scrapped some of those other ones, but we've got the Pulsar, the Guillotine, Saratoga. Maybe this is just something for me to think about in the future streams. There is some selling I can do, though. Abydos, some things should never change. Brosif Ale, an ale of a beer. Brosif Lager, fuck it, have a lager. Papa Garson, hey ho and a bottle of rum. And that's it for the booze. But yeah, so what I'm thinking is shot by both sides, and I'm just getting myself into a position where I can actually do that mission reasonably quickly. There we go. The one with the Barghast soldiers, I figure that's a side quest, so generally I like to get those done before doing what seems like the main story, for the simple reason that you never know when those are going to go away. I imagine if we're actively working against Barghast, we're less likely to be able to see the end of those. And then after that, I figure probably meeting up with Solomon is the next call. So it probably means that I wind up doing 2 waiting missions in a row. But I figure that's the way I can do the most without risking anything. Okay, that seems like a good place to wrap it up. So, sorry I wasn't a little more talkative at the end there, but I was really looking for a place to finish. But yeah, I don't know. It was a slow start for today, but I am not turned off of doing Cyberpunk. I mean, if people don't want to see Cyberpunk, then that might change. Thank you, DigiInferno. I'm sorry it was shorter for you, but I'm also streaming later than I normally would be, so there's a trade-off. It's like 1:30 in the morning here, so I should properly wrap it up. So next week's plans. Monday, we will be back with Old World. We'll see if we can make a little more progress with the Macedon scenario. I will actually probably wind up... I think I'll probably do this... I'll probably start it from the beginning again and just try to be a little more aggressive in pursuing the objectives. Now Wednesday I'm going to be at the local game dev meetup, so there will be no stream on Wednesday. That means that Phantom Brigade will be returning not next week but the week following. I was, however, informed that it is currently discounted during the Steam Spring Sale, so if you'd like to pick that up, now is a good time to get Phantom Brigade at a discount. And then finally, next Friday, the plan is to come back to some more Cyberpunk. We were kind of talking about what I was going to play, or how I was going to do that. But I am done for tonight. Let's raid Revived Snow, who is doing Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. Revive Snow is kind of an interesting broadcaster. They do a text-to-speech and VTuber setup, so you don't actually get to hear or see anything of the actual broadcaster. It's kind of interesting the way that they've set it up. I believe they were based in Canada, but anyways, they're a pretty unique streamer, and I actually found them through Phantom Brigade, so it's always nice to host them, and I actually know there's a few Pokemon fans in the in the channel. So I figure some of you will appreciate that as well. I hope you all have a good night. I hope you all have a good weekend. I'll see some of you on Monday and the rest of you in a week, I suppose. Anyways, have a good night. See ya.